Good morning. Welcome to this Mid-Suffolk Overview and Scrutiny Committee meeting. I'm Councillor Keith Wellham and I'm chairing the meeting today. May I first of all remind you of some domestic arrangements. Please ensure that you maintain social distance from all other persons in the chamber and in the social areas. Please ensure that you wear a mask unless you are speaking or if you are unable to do so, and that you use the hand sanitizer and wipes provided. Please maintain social distance at all times during the meeting and during any breaks. Please ensure that microphones are turned off when not in use. Please do not interrupt other speakers. If you are attending the meeting to speak and persistently interrupt the meeting, you may be asked to leave. Please ensure your mobile phones are on silent or switched off. Additionally, we will be using e-voting for this meeting on the modern.gov app. I'd like to remind everyone present that this meeting will be broadcast live to the internet and will be capable of repeated viewing. The whole of the meeting will be filmed except where there are confidential or exempt items. If you make a representation to the meeting, you will be deemed by the Council to have consented to being filmed. By entering this meeting as a speaker, you are also consenting to being recorded by the Council and to the possible use of those images and sound recordings for webcasting and or training purposes. The Council, members of the public and the press may record, film, photograph or broadcast this meeting when the public and the press are not lawfully excluded. Thank you. I'll now ask the Governance Officer to indicate who, apart from the committee, are in attendance today. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. The officers we have in attendance are Catherine Steele, Assistant Director for Corporate Resources, Rebecca Hewitt, Assistant Manager, Financial Accountant, Gavin Fisk, Assistant Director for Housing, Sean Coulter, Senior Finance Business Partner, HRA and GF Revenue, Jenny Smithies, Finance Business Partner, and Cassandra Clements, Assistant Director for Environment and Commercial. We also have the Cabinet Member for Finance, John Whitehead, the Cabinet Member for Housing, Lavinia Haddingham, the Cabinet Member for Environment, Councillor Jessica Fleming, and we also have Councillor John Field.
Thank you very much. Can I move to the agenda, please? Are there any apologies and substitutions?
Thank you, Chair. We have apologies from Councillor Terence Carter and Councillor Sarah Mansell is substituting.
Thank you. Are there any declarations of pecuniary or non-pecuniary interest by members? We have a hand raised.
Thank you, Chair. I need to declare that my brother-in-law runs a taxi firm in Babergh, and I have had a conversation with Emily Yule to say that I just need to declare it because he's no intention of moving to Mid-Suffolk.
Thank you. Have we received any notifications of petitions in accordance with the Council's petition scheme?
None received.
And are there any questions by the public?
None received.
Thank you. And are there any questions by councillors?
None received.
Thank you. So can we now turn to item MOS 21.1, the Draft General Fund 2022-23 and the 4-year outlook. I'd like to invite the Assistant Director for Corporate Resources, Catherine Steele, to make a short presentation and to introduce her report. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I would just like to invite actually the Cabinet Member for Finance to do a short introduction before we get into the detail of the... So if I could hand over to Councillor Whitehead first. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman, for inviting me to this Overview and Scrutiny Committee, providing both myself and the Finance team with the opportunity to present this Draft General Fund 22-23 budget to the committee. As the report included within your report pack sets out to explain, we've streamlined the budget setting for this coming year, and this is now an opportunity for the Overview and Scrutiny to challenge the assumptions and look at the risks associated with the budget proposals. I look forward to hearing members' observations and concerns. We have prepared a PowerPoint presentation which I trust will provide significant further detail and analysis of the draft budget to aid members' understanding. We intend to run through this as a very interactive session with questions and answers as we progress through that presentation. However, before going into the presentation, I'd like to make some just brief introductory remarks concerning the budget. So when the budget for this current year 21-22 was developed and ultimately agreed in full council back in February 21, we were at the height of the COVID-19 pandemic, and the future economic outcome and the post-COVID-19 world was subject to much uncertainty. Resources both nationally and locally were focused on the day-to-day issues arising from the pandemic. Although we are still some distance from knowing what the new post-pandemic normal will look like, things are gradually becoming clearer. A solid economic recovery appears to be underway, and unemployment has fallen well short of the pessimistic forecasts. However, inflationary pressures and conditions are now returning, and as with previous years, we only have the benefit of knowing our local government settlement for just 1 year. Now, given the significant uncertainty at the time of the previous budget, we made the decision to then modestly increase our council tax precept. That was despite the strength of our financial position and our reserves. We also set up 4 times £1 million specific reserves for the fundings of our key priorities. And then following cross-party meetings and discussions, projects and commitments for this spending have now been agreed by the Cabinet. So we've produced this new budget 22-23 in its 4-year medium-term financial strategy, starting from a baseline assuming no council tax increases. Now that seems to me a sensible base from which to start the budget preparation. And then when we received the local government settlement just before Christmas break, and that included an additional 971,000 of unanticipated further funding, that seemed to strengthen the case for this approach. And of course, the medium-term financial strategy is prepared to ensure the medium-term sustainability of our finances. And when this budget comes to full council, we will decide on the level of council tax precept for just this one coming financial year. We do not commit ourselves as a council beyond 1 year, and indeed we could not commit any future council beyond May 2023. So I'll now ask Catherine and the finance team to give us their presentation. And as I said earlier, I hope it's an interactive session. We'll take questions and answers as we go through the session. And after that, we'll be here to answer any further questions from the committee with regard to the contents of the General Fund Budget Report. And I look forward to listening to your debate and the observations and concerns that arise from it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Chair. So, as just outlined by Councillor Whitehead, I was going to propose that we go through a major service area at a time, because I've got a slide for each area, so I will just run through the slide and then pause for questions or comments after each one, if that's acceptable, Chair, as the way forward.
I think questions, yeah. I think any debate, I think we'll leave that until after we've had the full presentation. But any questions on each of the slides, and that would be fine. Thank you.
Fine, thank you. With the first one, just to explain to you what the table is saying, because they will all be the same once we've looked at the first one. So this table is demonstrating to you, starting off on the left-hand side, the budget for the current financial year, and then the columns that follow. So you've got an employees column, an other expenses column, an income one, and transfers to and from reserves. They are the movements under those headings, which then get you to the budget to 22-23. So that's the second from the right-hand column is the proposed budget for next year. And then the final column on the right-hand side is the movement between the two, so you can see if the budget is either proposed to be higher or lower than the current financial year. So hopefully that just explains the format of the tables that you're going to see this morning. So starting off first of all with this one, which is communities and wellbeing, I'll just take you through the key changes for that area. So first of all, in terms of communities, you can see overall the budget is increasing by £56,000. And that is because there is a transfer from reserve in the current financial year that won't be repeated in next year. That was what was agreed when the communities team has been restructured during the current year. But the funding obviously will transfer across to base budget funding for next year compared to the current financial year. And the second one is obviously the leisure line on here, which you can see there is quite a significant increase from this year to next year. So just to take you through the reasons for that. The first element is that within leisure, and your provider is Everyone Active, normally they pay for all of their utility bills themselves. But in order for us to move them across to a green tariff, then we have actually taken on that contract. So from next year, we will actually be making the payments for gas and electricity for the leisure provider, but the council will be fully reimbursed. So you've got increased costs under the other expenses heading, but you've also got increased income coming back in from Everyone Active. So say that is actually neutral, that change, but it's shown in the figures. There's also a reduction in the income because the council used to get a contribution from Stowmarket High School, and that is no longer coming into Mid Suffolk's budget. But the other main area that is causing the increase in next year as a one-year increase is that we have moved to a new 15-year lease arrangement with Everyone Active. Now that new lease arrangement is resulting in a one-year payment of £175,000 next year from Mid Suffolk. But after that, then Everyone Active do start to pay the council income. So it is a one-year payment of £175,000, and then for the years beyond 22-23, there will be income that starts to come back to Mid Suffolk. And then just finally on leisure, there are also some savings under the other expenses column for supplies and services and repairs and maintenance that the council will no longer have to pay for because of that new arrangement that's been entered into with Everyone Active. So I'll pause at that point, Chair, and see if there are any questions on this one.
Yeah, thank you. Councillor Caston has a question.
Thank you very much, Chairman. So with the heat pumps going in at the leisure facility, have we calculated the difference in the cost of heating the facility? The heat pumps, I just found some figures, it's 3.6 pence per kilowatt hours as opposed to 14 for electricity and over 4 for gas. Do we have to be careful with the this leisure facility that we're not subsidising the facility and damaging the competitors, considering there's 2 other gyms there? Have we accounted for this in the rent, is the question.
Thank you for your question, Councillor. It's quite fortunate that I've got my colleague Cassandra Clements here, who this is her area, so I'll ask her perhaps to come in and answer your question.
Thank you, Councillor Caston. So firstly, we have assumed in the budget figures what the discounted essentially rate or the cheaper rate of fuel will be for the leisure centres in this budget. Of course, it's always an assumption. There is a little fluctuation, but we're pretty confident that we'll be there or thereabouts in terms of what we've budgeted for. It is cheaper actually than it would be once you get into the heat pumps and the generation and the stored energy that we can use from those. It will be a cheaper service going forward. Then in terms of your second question, the negotiation on the cost of the lease per year took into account a new gym that opened up just a couple of years ago, actually just pre-COVID. And so we'd negotiated a break in payments. So there was a number of years that were going to be at zero. So whilst originally when we spoke about it, we'd hoped that there'd be income from year one, we renegotiated that to have a zero balance for 3 years and then to start having income into the council. Of course, then COVID hit and we've re-looked at it again. So we've been working with everyone active to look at what is affordable and a decent, landlord conversation with them about it. And what they've asked for is for us to give one payment year one, and then we will start having income into the council from then. So we've been working with them year on year to see what's going on in Stowmarket, who the other providers are, but then also affordability for the gym to keep going.
Councillor Eckmignon.
Thank you, Chairman. Actually, I think the officers answered my second question. I just wanted to understand this reduction in income from the Stowmarket High School. What's that about?
Sorry, my button wasn't working. So this was a decreased use. So the school have had lesser use for the premises. So they've been doing more stuff outdoors instead of using the sports halls. But there is a bit of COVID-related lack of use there as well. So it's meant a reduction. I don't foresee that that's going to increase again, given that the school have found alternative uses, but it's an ongoing conversation with the school, and we're always really flexible with them to make sure that we cover what they have to do in the curriculum. So that's what we've got in for next year, but it doesn't close off conversations with them.
Councillor Scarf.
Thank you, Chair. Just an overall question, really. I mean, whilst it's useful to have all of this information in the PowerPoint today, I don't know whether it's going to be able to change the Scrutiny Committee's outlook on the General Fund budget or not.
Attention, please. There is an emergency in this building. Please evacuate immediately.
Welcome back to this meeting. We had a fire alarm. It's turned out to be a false alarm, and so we've had to evacuate, but we're now back in the meeting. And we were at the point of having questions about the general fund budget. And if we can go to the screen that we were looking at, and Councillor Ekpiyong has a question. Oh, Councillor Scarf has a question.
Yeah, yes, thank you, Chair. I started off and then obviously we had the fire alarm. Can I just make the point, I think whilst this presentation on the changes in relation to each of the areas that the Council operates in is extremely useful, and obviously we have in our papers the movement, last year's budget and next year's budget proposals. We don't have a lot of this information in our papers, and whilst it's always nice to be up to date, I think certainly I would, as a member of the committee, in order to make a reasonable judgment on the budget, would have preferred that these could have at least been emailed to us 24 hours in advance. I think we've been bombarded with figures, and this is not the first time that this has happened, and it's sort of almost death by PowerPoint presentation. And I feel, as I did at previous meetings, that I don't think it's deliberate to designed to confuse members, but I think this information would have been useful if we'd have had it at an early opportunity, and I cannot see why we could not have had this at least 24 hours in advance so we could actually read it and make some, reasonable assumptions about it. So it's just a point of order, really, Chair.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, I quite understand that. It is, quite close to the budget setting time that we're getting this information, and it's coming in the middle of a meeting. So it's difficult to take it all in, even though we've had the opportunity of having some of the background information already. Are there any? I've got one other, Councillor Ekpiyong, then I have a question on that slide.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a general question, which I'm sure is going to cut across this presentation and all the subsequent ones, which is the following. This looks at the budget for 2022 and 2023 and compares it to the budget for 21-22. And I see no logical reason, maybe it's my background, for comparing a new budget to an old budget. For two simple reasons. One is, first, we don't know what the assumptions, well, we might remember what the assumptions were for the old budget, but the new budget may have completely different assumptions contained in it. So we're not comparing apples with apples. And secondly, and more importantly, nowhere in the documentation do we have an appraisal of how we've performed or we are performing against the existing budget, so that we can have an understanding of how that's fared and how that might lead to the new budget. So for me, this exercise is really rather fraught. I'm finding it difficult to see how much value this committee can bring to this process.
Yes, thank you. I understand that. I don't know if an officer wants to comment on that, or the Cabinet member.
Apologies that the committee are finding it hard. Obviously, we are doing it in a slightly different way this year because of the change in approach. So I'd hope that the presentation would be useful to committee, because there's a lot of detail that it was very difficult to try and put into a written report. I take on board the comment that if you'd had the presentation 24 hours in advance, take that on board, and that can be borne in mind for the future. Just picking up the last point about how the information is presented, the way we budget is we do start from the base of the current financial year. So that is the base of how we then move to the budget for 22-23. So what I was trying to do with the presentation was say, okay, this is where we are in 21-22. These are the things that are changing, so they are the different assumptions that are happening that then move you through to the budget that is being proposed for 22-23. In terms of the current financial year, I know there is a small paragraph in the report that does talk about the second quarter report that was presented to Cabinet back in December, so that gave you an idea of the performance for this financial year, but obviously all of that detail does go into Cabinet on a quarterly basis. So I just gave you the headline figures just to remind you of what Cabinet would have seen back in December.
Councillor Whitehead.
Yeah, I mean, I think rather than death by PowerPoint, the intention was more like budgetary CPR, trying to bring the numbers to life, but we'll take it away and think about it for the future.
Councillor Mansell.
Thank you. I agree with Councillor Whitehead. I do find it easier to see in a sort of summary form. But on the subject of how we're performing on this year's budget, maybe I'm misinterpreting your little table, but I take those other columns to mean that of the 642,000 that you budgeted, you've underspent on the employees and the other expenses, but you've overspent the 72. Am I completely misinterpreting your little table, or is that how I'm meant to be reading it?
Thank you, Councillor. No, it's a slightly different interpretation of the table, so perhaps if I just use that one as an example. So using the communities line, so the budget for the current financial year is the £642,000. Then under the employees heading, the 15,000 in brackets means that the employees area of this particular budget is 15,000 less moving into next year. So it's not a reflection of the performance in this financial year. It's saying that comparing next year's budget to the current year's budget, the employees line is going to be £15,000 less. Similarly with the other expenses, they're going to be £2,000 less than in the current financial year. And the movement in the transfers to and from reserves means that adds a net cost of £72,000 to the budget. So adding the figures across the row from the 642, take off the 15, take off the 2, add on the 72, gets you to the proposed new budget of 698,000.
Please do, yes.
Yes, so the employees and the other expenses, you're forecasting what it's going to be next time, but the transfer, has that happened, or is that, again, a future transfer?
Again, that's a future transfer, so again, they're all forecasts of what we believe will happen next financial year.
Councillor Akping, I think you had another question.
Well, I hear what Catherine Steele's been saying, and I have to say that I'm less perplexed but not happy. I still don't believe that we should be comparing one budget to another budget. And while I understand that there might be an underlying rationale in terms of what we plan to do, what we have been doing, and what that view gives us to what the next budget should be, I believe what we should be looking at is we should be looking at the previous budget, how we performed against it, and we should see that, and then go on to the next budget. I'm sorry, I don't find this very helpful.
Yeah, I can understand that. I mean, there's a couple of things that I don't really understand. I don't understand why we're now putting into a budget £72,000 to not use it, but to transfer it to reserves. I don't understand that. That seems completely unnecessary to me. The other is that we're going to move quickly to income coming to the council in 23-24 from the leisure centre, but we're not told there how much that might be. It might be a very small amount. We don't know how it's going to be calculated, and I can recall a presentation some years ago in respect of this when Mid Suffolk were looking at entering into a contract, the one that we've now entered into. We were to expect quite large sums of income but we appear to have made a one-off payment of 175 to the company and no idea how much money might come to the council. So I don't know what to do with that statement.
So I can help because I have got some additional information. One of the tables in your report does show the years beyond 22-23.
Yeah.
Obviously 22-23 is the budget that you will be asked to approve at council in February, but we've shown the years beyond that of what the numbers currently look like for information at this stage. But I can say to you that on that leisure line, in 23-24, we're anticipating £50,000 income back from everyone active. The following year, 24-25, anticipating £70,000, and then 25-26, £85,000. So it is increasing over that period of time.
But getting nowhere near the figure that we were told 3 or 4 years ago to expect. Now, the world has changed since then. I appreciate that.
Thank you, Chair. Just to clarify, so the overall, the figure that you're talking about, you're absolutely right. The total cost of the new lease over the 15-year period was 1.5 million. So what we've done, even through all of these negotiations, the total cost has never changed. We've just reprofiled it to try and support what the cash flow situation is with everyone active at that point. So what we've done in this iteration, which is the current one that's going to go ahead, is there's a payment to everyone active, but they'll essentially pay back 1.75 million because they've got to pay that payment back to us plus the overall contract. Still, we get to the council over a 15-year period, 1.5 million. So all we've done is reprofiled it, and you'll see we can get the exact breakdown for you, but towards the latter years of the lease, the income back to the council significantly increases to cover that. So it's kind of profiled towards the end of the lease.
Thank you. Any other questions from members of the committee? If not, I'll turn to Councillor Field.
Thank you. If you're exercising your discretion and letting me ask questions, I just wanted to point out, first of all, that I too find this 72k very difficult to follow. It says reduce transfers to reserves of 72k, and on the table it says transfers to reserves of 72k, sorry, and it makes it, it's just not clear. Does that mean there's some large sum of money which was transferred before and is now 72k less, or quite what? And the difference, the figures in the text don't really correlate, without a lot of mental arithmetic with the table, which makes it hard to follow. So if I would just say that. The real question, perhaps, Lois, is a fairly small one. It talks about Mid-Suffolk making payments to claim carbon reductions. Does that mean there's a sum of money that we are claiming from the government for reducing carbon? Or does it just mean that, we've saved a couple of kilos of carbon and we can claim that if we paid 232k? So I find that totally confusing. And also the point really that Councillor Eppingham has been made, that you would expect a budget to define what you're going to deliver. I am going to deliver so many thousand leisure activities or whatever it is. I'm going to deliver some benefit, and this is the cost. And the cost, if you've changed the delivery, the cost may change, but one only is looking at differential costs, quite small figures. But the question is, what does that thing about carbon reductions mean? And maybe yet another go at explaining the 72k would be great.
I'll do the transfer to reserve question, but then I might ask my colleague to come in on the other one in terms of the carbon reductions. I think you were right in the second half of your summary, Councillor Field, because you said there is money coming from reserve to support the community's budget in the current financial year. So moving into next year, there is a reduction in the amount that's coming from reserve, which I think was what we were saying. So that's why it's
zero.
I don't know if it's entirely zero. It could well be. I'm not sure. There might be other elements within the overall budget that make it up, but there is £72,000 less coming from reserve in 22-23 compared to the current financial year. And I'll hand over to my colleague. Councillor Whitehead just wanted to come in.
Perhaps I can have it another way. The more we talk about it, perhaps the more clear it'll be. I mean, my understanding is, in the current year, among the community's budget, there was something like, say, a pilot scheme that was tried out that, say, cost 72,000. Because it was like a pilot scheme, we said, we'll fund that from reserve. So we had some reserve. So although the cost was there, the cost came from reserve, if you like, rather than just hitting the current year. Something like a successful pilot, if it's then decided to continue it in the future, we say, oh, that worked, we'll include that as a base budget item in future years. This is just an example. So if you use it in future years as a base budget item, you've no longer got a reserve to sort of subsidise it. In other words, next year, it actually hits your bottom line, if you like, but for want of a better word of describing it. I hope that makes it clear. Thank you.
Cass, did you have a point that you wanted to clarify, and then I'm going to turn to Aaron.
Sure, it was just on the carbon reduction question or comment that Councillor Field made. So just to clarify that, there's two main reasons why the council took on the account holdership of the energy accounts. One of those is, and I'll slightly caveat this, that I'm not the expert in this, there are others far more intelligent than me that can explain it better. But we are in a situation as a council where there's certain criteria to meet to say what has to be counted in your emissions and what you can say that you have reduced. So with our leisure centres, we have to count the carbon emissions from those leisure centres in our baseline, which we have done. What we weren't allowed to do was show that we'd made any benefits to that. So all of the works that have gone on at the leisure centres with the heat pumps and the solar arrays, we weren't allowed to say that we'd done that and that had reduced emissions by however much it was. By taking on the energy account, we are allowed to say that we've done that. We still aren't allowed to say our baseline has reduced, interestingly, but we are allowed to say next to what our baseline is that we have reduced emitters at those leisure centres by X amount. It's a very complex formula, unfortunately. The second reason was that the public sector decarbonisation scheme, of which across the two councils we got 1.4 million, again, we weren't allowed to even bid for that if we weren't the energy account holders. So they were the two main reasons that we took on the account holdership of the energy accounts.
It occurs to me that if we're going to go through a number of these slides, we're going to be here for a very long time. And what we're going to do during that time, we're going to learn a lot of detail. My concern is that it's going to be difficult for us to make recommendations on the detail. What we should be looking at, I think, is how the budget has been developed, and so that we can make recommendations at a more strategic level, not on the minutiae of a couple of £1,000 or a bit of carbon reduction here and there. So I don't know how you want to pursue this. Shall we ask the officer to go through the rest of the slides fairly quickly, and then have a debate about how we can add value? I feel we can't add value by changing a few numbers on a few slides. Those numbers are probably what are going to go forward. Councillor Ekping-Young.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. With all due respect, I think where we find ourselves is that we're being presented with some extra information, perhaps not new information, but certainly extra information. And quite rightly, councillors in the committee are seeking to understand that information and what it means, pursuant to some of the questions that have been asked. I do agree with you that we need to look at this more strategically, and I think the fundamental issue with the presentation of these budgets is their opacity, actually. I mean, it's not simple and clear. And I think if we're going to make a recommendation, is that there should be a complete fundamental review of how we do these budgets and present them to council.
Yeah, I think, yeah, well, that will be part of the debate in hopefully a little while's time. Shall we proceed with the presentation and only ask questions if they're likely to be helpful in order to make a recommendation? Could I just ask a question? There will be an opportunity for all members to ask the sorts of questions that we've been asking. I think these slides are they going to be presented to an all-member briefing at some point, or to council?
So there is an all-member briefing scheduled for Mid-Suffolk on the 24th of January, I believe it is, and I was sort of using the slides today to see if they were going to be helpful as part of that all-member briefing. So they could definitely be included as part of that suite. Just conscious of the length of the all-member briefing, but if you feel that it would be useful to run through this with all members, I'm more than happy to do that.
Councillor Scarf.
Thank you, Chair. I mean, yes, I would agree. I mean, had these been seen in advance, we wouldn't perhaps be asking necessarily the questions that we're now asking. We've been sort of sidetracked up an alley, which was what I referred to earlier. Maybe it's not death by PowerPoint, but I do find it really odd that we get information at the very last minute and it bamboozles councillors then into, we've got the information, we've read the papers, we're looking at the strategic direction of the budget. There are questions that we have on is the budget secure in terms of some of the figures that have been provided, and like Councillor Eklund, I think we should concentrate on those. This is extremely useful information and something that all members should know, but to bring it at this late stage, I think it's muddied the waters for the scrutiny panel. I'm wondering whether actually the presentation line by line for each directorate should actually now go ahead, because I think we should be talking about the papers that we're looking at and we've all seen in advance, rather than confusing it with, whilst this is useful information, I think this should come out perhaps as the all-member briefing. And if the all-member briefing timing is not long enough, then increase the length of that briefing. Then at least all members will have seen this information before it comes to council and will have been able to ask some of the detailed questions that we're now getting. And we're getting into minutiae rather than the strategic. So I think, like Councillor Ekman-Young, I would be minded actually that we don't look at the presentation as such in great detail. Perhaps the officers can just go through it very, very quickly, and we'll probably not likely to ask questions on it today, because I don't think it's going to add to our ability to make a decision on the budget as presented within the papers.
Thank you. Does that have general agreement among members? I've seen nods. So we'll press on that basis, and thank you, Catherine.
Thank you, Chair. I was just perhaps going to suggest that whether I do actually continue and go through it, because there is quite a lot of information, and I think that probably will then take quite a lot more of your meeting. As I say, you obviously have had the papers in advance and have got questions on the paper itself. So I'm wondering whether perhaps I circulate the slides to all councillors, even in advance of the all-member briefing, and then all councillors will have the chance to then come back with any clarification questions as part of that all-member briefing on the 24th of January.
Thank you, Catherine. Councillor Ekman-Young, you had your hand raised.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Actually, I think Catherine's suggestion is a very good one,
right,
and we should proceed on that basis.
Yeah, we're all agreed on that. Right, thank you. So are there any more points that either Catherine or Councillor Whitehead would like to make before before we ask questions about the paper? Or shall we go straight into questions by councillors on the written report? Were you intending to say anything of a more general nature?
I wasn't, Chair, I must admit, and so Councillor Whitehead's already done his introduction, so happy to open it up to questions, and just apologies that it didn't work for you today. As I say, we're trying something different, but we'll learn from that and take it forward. Thank you.
Councillor Scarf, I think you had some questions.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I did. Page 12 of our budget papers, it refers to the annual increase in staffing costs of 4%, and how we came to that conclusion. Does this forecast in terms of the staffing costs actually include the 5% vacancy management factor, or is it based on a full complement, i.e. is it based on 100% staffing being in place, or is it based on the vacancy management factor, which is further down on the paper, which is set at 5%? That would be the first question, and then there is a supplementary on that, perhaps.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. It's based on full staffing, so answer that part of your question first. So we do budget for a full complement, but then after we've budgeted for the full complement, we make this adjustment for that vacancy management. So the inflation for pay is based on the full complement, so we calculate it on the total budget. We've based it on 2% for next year. That is roughly what has been happening for the last year or two. You'll see in the report that we haven't yet reached agreement nationally about the pay award for the current financial year, and the main unions are currently balloting over whether their members should take strike action. The point where it reached, if you like, the stalemate was a final offer of 1.75% had been made by the employers. So we've yet to see if that position will move. But based on sort of the level that the discussions have been had at this year and sort of previous years, then we sort of used the 2% figure as a benchmark moving forward.
Thank you.
Thank you. Well, going forward on that, with the vacancy management factor at 5%, and the report alludes to the second quarter budget monitoring report to Cabinet, which revealed that we had a 17% vacancy rate. I appreciate, obviously, we've done all we can in order to recruit 2 vacant posts. My comment was that 17% is obviously rather high. How realistic is the vacancy management factor at 5%? Because how can we make an analysis of it? Because we've got the Cabinet report in September showing a 17% vacancy rate, but it doesn't give us the overall figure thus far in the financial year. I mean, what is the average overall vacancy rate? Because I think it's very difficult for us to quantify whether that vacancy management factor is actually a realistic figure at 5%. And I think that is a question I would like some further clarification on. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Obviously, the figure in the Cabinet report is a snapshot in time, so it was at that particular point at the end of September. I believe the overall rate has been running at around about 9%, somewhere around there for the current financial year. But we have had a lot of activity in terms of turnover and recruitment. And I know there is an awful lot of recruitment activity happening at the moment to try and fill the vacancies that we have. So we didn't want to increase the vacancy factor because we obviously want to get the staff in post to deliver everything that we need to deliver for our communities. So we felt it was right to leave it at the, I suppose, the more normal. I think COVID has certainly had an impact on our vacancy factor, because back in 2020, certainly during the first lockdown, we were unable to recruit for quite a period of time. We've subsequently learned how to do that through sort of subsequent lockdowns and have adapted all our processes. But I think we are still in a slight position of catch-up in terms of recruiting through to all of those vacancies that in essence got frozen during the lockdown in 2020. So I hope that sort of gives you some further information.
Sorry, I might as well keep going, mightn't I, Chair? Yeah, okay. Yeah, I mean, the 9% is a useful figure to know because you say the snapshot in time was 17% and the vacancy management factor at 5%. We've got no idea what it was overall throughout the year, and I think that 9% would have been helpful to be in the papers because it is an area of concern for members as to whether we can deliver the services that we're expected to deliver as a council if we don't have the staff to deliver those services. If I go on then, on page 16 under paragraph 4.46, it talks about the corporate programme of work which will be developed early in this year to enable some broad-based numbers to put against a 2 to 3 year programme for savings, because recognising that we still have to make efficiencies, drive down costs and cut out work that does not add value. I mean, my experience at another council is this is called like a transformation programme. If built into the base budget from next year, which I would expect that transformation programme would be, there is obviously a risk that the savings will not materialise to their full effect. For example, the transformation programme at the County Council hasn't delivered on expectations in the current financial year, and there's a carry forward to next year. But in order to set a balanced budget, we're now assuming that just over £9 million of transformation programme undelivered is going to now be delivered to set that balanced budget. So there is a risk there, and I wonder quite what is the right way for the council to move forward with this programme, because I think if we're going to make these cost savings, we ought to identify what they are, and then we ought to be able to measure as to whether they're being delivered, and what would be the right vehicle in terms of council committee. Would it be overview and scrutiny? Would it be cabinet? Would it be ordinance and governance in order to monitor that work? Because I think those kinds of issues are things that the scrutiny committee may well be able to assist with during the financial year, i.e. ongoing budget monitoring. But in particular, if there's a transformation programme, or if it's called something like that, it's something we could get to grips with, its figures, and we can monitor it and see whether it's actually delivering against what the officers have said. So I just wonder, what is the view of officers in terms of that going forward?
So point's very well made, and I think the reason we haven't included anything in the budget at the moment is because we didn't want to commit before we'd actually done the work to assess what is the likely level of savings. So that's why there isn't anything included in the budget at this point in time. But yes, I think I would agree with you that this perhaps could be, once that programme is put together, could be a useful role for overview and scrutiny to monitor that. The programme itself, as I say, hasn't actually been developed yet, but once it has, that does feel like a reasonable role in terms of the committee to look at that in future.
Councillor Ekping.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Really, it's a follow-up to Councillor Scarf's question, really. And I think he makes a very valid point. However, I'm a bit curious as to what's going on with this particular line item of the budget, because while this is not being included in it, I notice that if we look at the figures, the budget for that is going to more than double in the next financial year, and it's going to double and continue at that rate in future financial years. So what are we spending that money on? And what are we going to get for it?
And if I could add to that, please, because I think my question is partly similar to that question, and that's around the cabinet paper that set out the outcomes for the following years. And do we have the resources? Do we have the staff? Do we have the finance in order to meet the outcomes that are being developed and the action points that are being developed from the corporate plan? Because what was presented just this week, earlier this week, was pretty far-reaching, and I would have said pretty expensive. And yet, have we got built into this budget enough finance and enough staff to actually carry out the work that's needed to meet those outcomes?
Thank you. They're two nicely linked questions, so that's useful to have those together, because I think one does answer the other. Because what we are suggesting is that we do need more resource in this area. It's an area that the council has, I think, underinvested in. You're right, the council has just agreed the new outcomes framework, and we don't have the resource centrally within the organisation at the moment to monitor that and report on it to yourselves as councillors, and make sure that we are delivering against, the programmes of work. There are other areas that are also being developed as part of that. I mean, we were just talking a minute ago about that programme of driving out efficiencies. Now, this particular team, and I'm assuming that Councillor Ekpin-Yong was talking about the Strategic Policy Performance and Insight team. This team would also be the focus for driving that work across the organisation as well. So we know we need resource to be able to take that programme forward as well. We've also been lacking in terms of the policy work that we do across the organisation. So all the raft of initiatives that the government issues, having a central point where they can be gathered, analysed, work out what is the impact going to be on the council and how do we need to respond to that, would also form part of this team. And data work as well. We have an awful lot of data, but trying to convert that into useful intelligence that we can then use to make decisions on. So there's quite a few areas that this new team, but part of this new team is also moving resources from another area within the organisation. So it's not all brand new. We're consolidating where we've got some resources in another part of the organisation at the moment, which is the law and governance team, bringing that together with what is already in this particular area, but then supplementing it as well, because we know we need more resource in this particular area. So it's sort of a combination of extra, I suppose, outputs that you will see and outcomes from this particular area of work, plus moving resources that we've already got within the organisation and just sort of consolidating it and making sure that it's all joined up for the future.
Does that answer your question, Councillor Ekpin-Yong?
You look rather sceptical, Mr. Chairman.
There was a lot of information there.
Yeah, I think it does actually go a long way towards answering my question, but it does beg another question, in fact, which is more generic to the whole budget and the staffing, because it relates to Councillor Scarf's point about vacancy rates. And clearly, while we can attribute some difficulties to the COVID pandemic situation, I just wondered to what extent, given the discussions that have been going on about the ability to recruit to this council, and we have been losing quite a lot of staff, to what extent are we taking account of that in terms of the salaries and the compensation packages that we're going to pay people to come and work here?
Councillor Whitehead.
Yeah, I hope I can add to this debate rather than detract from it, but I mean, these are the sort of questions really that this is what overview, scrutiny and budget should really be looking at, questions like the vacancy rate and the deliverability, etc. And I just want to make the point that we used to have something called the Transformation Fund, and that over the years, we've sort of merged two workforces. We moved out of Needham and Hadley and came to here. I mean, that really was transformation, a big word. took the decision to change the Transformation Fund to call it the Growth and Efficiency Fund. And basically, I mean, that was sort of created from growth and efficiencies, and it was used to drive further growth and efficiencies. It just seems to me that we're almost post-transformation now. We're sort of more like fine-tuning without sort of denigrating, you know, future things. We're not standing on our laurels, but that's really, I just feel that transformation perhaps is an outdated word, but just above that table, just above that paragraph 4.466, the table shows that we're forecasting surpluses of about 3.5 million year on year going forward. So I think there's an awful lot of resource there when people say, are the finances there to do future transformations, to achieve the very high level of aspirations and objectives that we've set ourselves. So I think from that point of view, and just going back to the vacancy assumption, I think the higher the vacancy assumption you build in, the less prudent the budget is, and we have to hope and anticipate that we can fill these vacancies and get the council moving forward and achieving our aspirations.
Yeah, thank you for that. But you referred to the 3.5 million that we don't spend each year. Is it prudent to have this money in reserves, or would it be better for our residents if we actually spent it on things that they need? This is for many years been one of my concerns, that we tell ourselves, or you tell us, that we're very prudent, but I feel that we would be more prudent if we actually provided services for our residents. And that would need staff.
Mm-hmm. So if you're addressing that question direct to myself, I mean, we have put those 4 lots of £1 million plus the other million from the climate change. I mean, these are pretty ambitious. I mean, we're just fortunate to have that flexibility that, you know, I think virtually every day I see in these sort of local government announcements where, I think it was yesterday, Bristol City were looking for £19 million of cuts to make. I think we're pretty unique in having these surpluses, but we do, as you say, we do need to then decide what to do with it, what we can realistically do with it, and you know, any suggestions that come out of overview scrutiny, I'm sure will be very much encouraged by the cabinet and debated by the cabinet.
Yeah, thank you for that. I mean, I would say that what you've done is to move £4 million from one jam jar and put it in 4 separate jam jars. But I don't think you're identifying what services you're going to provide. You're identifying what it might be spent on it in the rainy season. But I think we're in the rainy season. But I've got to be careful not to stray onto political points. But my overall point is, I feel we should be looking to provide services, not looking to save money. Councillor Scarf.
Thank you, Chair. Page 23, Appendix B, gives us the General Fund capital budget. My question is concerning carry forwards from the 21 to 22 year into next year. I'm not going to ask you a question on investment and commercial delivery, but I am going to ask you a question regarding the housing related items. There are 4 items there where there's a quite significant carry forward of £500,000 from those 4 key areas of the housing section. I don't know whether this is a question for our Assistant Director of Housing or whether it's for Catherine or Councillor Whitehead, the portfolio holder. How are you going to ensure that those significant carry forwards are actually spent in this next coming financial year? Because it's been an area of concern to members for some years, in particular the mandatory disabled facilities grant carry forward is quite considerable, and I appreciate that that is improving, but how are we going to ensure that those carry forwards are actually spent in the forthcoming budget year? Because we're clearly not delivering against those budgets because we've got those carry forwards, and it's not the first time that we've had carry forwards on those. So how robust do you think are council is in enabling those monies to actually be spent, because there's a huge need for disabled facilities grants, and I accept that we've done a huge amount of work on that in the years since I've joined the council in order to ensure that we actually do meet residents' priorities. But I'm still concerned that there's significant carry forwards. So I think that's a question I'd like answered, please. I'm not sure by who.
Gavin's indicated he would be prepared to answer that question.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Councillor Scarf, for the question. You're correct. Fundamentally, you're correct in terms of there's been huge improvements in relation to the mandatory disabled facilities grants as a result of the introduction of the independent living service, both in Babergh and Mid-Suffolk, and councils across Suffolk, which has been in place now approximately a year. Scrutiny of that performance, not just Babergh and Mid-Suffolk, but Suffolk as a whole, is taking place through the Suffolk Housing Board, for which I sit along with heads of housing and colleagues from the county, in terms of scrutinising that performance and scrutinising the ability to spend those grants. What I'm pleased to say is that Babergh and Mid-Suffolk actually lead by example in regards to the expenditure over the past year. And actually for this year's budget that we are reaching a climax and conclusion to, we will have actually spent the year's budget. Invariably, what we face is a situation, particularly with that grant, that there has been an underspend year on year for a number of years, and it will take us a period of time to play catch up. I think what you'll see with that budget over the next 12, 18, 24 months is actually the likelihood that we'll move from surpluses and reserves to a position where actually we fundamentally have to ask the question, who do we provide a disabled facilities grant to, and who don't we provide a disabled facilities grant to? Because actually, if we continue the same trajectory as we are, we'll actually spend the budget and want to spend more. Invariably, in terms of disabled facilities grants, that is apportioned to us through the Better Care Fund that the County Council receives. And we have faced the situation, particularly over the last 12, 18 months, where additional monies have been granted to us by the government in year beyond what was set at the start of any financial year. But please rest assured that based on the performance, we are looking to reduce that reserve and spend that as soon as practicable. And as such, and it plays into conversations you've had about staffing this morning, one of the areas was to upskill and pump prime our service. And I'm pleased to say, in terms of the private sector housing team, in recent weeks and months, we've appointed an independent living service manager to work with OTs that we are now funding and colleagues to conduct that work. And what we are doing is continuing to find new ways in which we can promote that money and spend that money. So working with hospitals, hospital discharge, working with doctors' surgeries, working with charitable organisations that possibly have scope. And not just about physical, also looking at other disabilities as well. In regards to just some of the renovation and empty homes grants, again, we've been through a fundamental review of that team over the past 12 months, and I'm pleased to say in the latter half of last year, we've been able to recruit to a number of roles, and as such, as an example of that, is an empty homes officer to take forward that work, which we haven't actually had in historic times. We've had a very small private sector housing team, but not with individual roles and responsibilities. And as such, this week we were looking at a draft version of an empty homes policy to bring forward to Cabinet in the next couple of months. And actually that will be the first time we've had an empty homes policy since 2013 as a council. So hopefully that gives you reassurance that actually fundamental work is being done in the background in order for us to be able to spend these monies.
I'd just like to thank the Assistant Director for his very clear explanation, and I wish them well with their work. I was aware that the work was going on, so I'm particularly pleased, but it might point to, in future, perhaps where we actually spend some of the council's monies, because I think trying to keep people in their own homes without moving them on to, especially, to care situation is going to be a real issue in the coming years for not only the county council but all of the district and borough councils.
Thank you. Councillor Caston.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. 4.33, the non-pay inflation. It says the non-pay inflation's been calculated at 2%. Is that up to date enough, considering the level of inflation in October and November this year? And could you tell me a bit about the thought process behind the managers cutting the cloth to fit and to deal with that inflation rather than an actual real terms increase in their budgets?
Thank you, Councillor. Yes, in terms of the non-pay inflation, the 2% relates to 23-24 and onwards. So for 22-23, as you say, people have been asked to cut the cloth, and I'll come back to that in a moment. 2% is what we've built in at the moment. I know the government is hoping that the current high level of inflation will drop back, and they're sort of saying somewhere between 23 and 24 it might drop back to their target level of 2%. So at the moment we've gone with that 2%, say for the year 23-24. We've got obviously higher than that at this current point in time. But that is, I suppose, an estimation at the moment as to what's going to happen that far into the future. And then this time next year, when you're looking at your 23-24 budget, then we will obviously revise those assumptions. But it's just our working assumption at the moment for that far in advance, based on what the government is indicating might happen in terms of inflation rates. In terms of cutting the cloth, I think I've set out in the report that I've asked managers to take a slightly different approach to how they put their budgets together this year, because reflecting on the fact that both councils have historically underspent their budgets over the last few years. So I was reflecting on the fact that I think all of the managers tend to be quite prudent in their own individual service areas. And then when we amalgamate that across the whole organisation, then not all of that prudency is going to come to bear. So not everything comes out at perhaps what they're thinking might be worst case. So I have asked managers to try and be a bit more realistic with their assumptions this year, and part of that was to ask them to see if they could absorb the inflation during 22-23. I think most service areas have actually managed to achieve that. One or two small exceptions where they haven't been able to. And I appreciate, it's probably quite a stretch for this coming financial year because of where inflation is at the moment. But that's just sort of the rationale behind the approach, or a slightly different approach for this year.
Thank you. Did you have a follow-up question?
No, I think that does explain it. I do worry about these overspends, but I understand that they are a result of budgeting for the worst case scenario, and not that money hasn't been spent and things haven't been achieved. So yeah, no, I'm quite happy with that explanation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Muller.
Yeah, my question was also relating to Appendix B, Environment and Projects. Replacement refuse freighters, I see we're looking to put forward 2.2 million in 22-23. Is this likely to cover the cost of replacing all the freighters in that year? Because I notice in the following year, you're perhaps looking at 188,000, which is obviously quite a small amount. Could you clarify that position for me, please?
I believe the 2.2 million, I say Councillor Fleming's just put a hand up, I believe the 2.2 million is the majority of the fleet. but they don't always all get replaced at exactly the same point in time. I think there are some that are on a slightly different schedule. We do replace them every 7 years, and as I say, and I think the majority do happen to fall in a particular year, but there are some, I think, that are on a slightly different replacement schedule, so hence why you see some in different years, but I'll let Councillor Fleming come in if she's got more information than I have.
Thank you.
Yes, through the Chair, thank you. I assume it's all right if I just say something briefly on this point. The investment that's set aside for new freighters, there is some uncertainty associated with that due to the fact that we're all waiting on the Environment Bill details of what these waste freighters will exactly need to, how they will be designed to meet the needs of the new waste collection policy. And we expect that food waste and possibly glass will need curbside collection. And that being the case, the freighters will need obviously to be very different to the ones we have now. However, we don't know yet exactly how these freighters do need to be designed. The Suffolk Waste Partnership, which I sit on representing Mid-Suffolk, the approach being taken in Suffolk is to try to maybe get our existing freighters to last a bit longer before replacing them, and then finding that they're unsuitable for the job they need to do. So I just wanted to point that out.
Thank you, Councillor Fleming. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? Councillor Ekpingham.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I should follow up to Councillor Muller's question, really. If we are planning to spend 2.2 million on new freighters, they're designed and ready. I mean, you know, they're not going to suddenly design a whole load of new freighters because the policy's changed.
They are.
I mean, you can't, I mean, it takes a while to design and build a vehicle. I'm a bit puzzled by Councillor Fleming's response, because either the vehicles are going to be available to be purchased in the financial year, or they're not.
Perhaps there are different designs of freighter. Would you like to respond, Councillor Fleming, to that question or that point?
I will as best I can. This is a question of great concern, actually, to most local authorities in England, because while the existing design of freighters here is pretty simple, the structure that goes on the back of the lorry will need to be replaced in order to accommodate food waste in particular, and glass separately. There is some question about whether the glass and food waste freighters will be different to the ones that pick up the other recycling. There are questions about how the MRF at Blakenham will need to be redesigned to accommodate this. The investment involved is going to be very large. Now, the government has said that it should be cost neutral to local authorities. So that is the assumption we're all going on at the moment, even though we may, in reality, doubt that.
Thank you. Councillor Caston, you had a question.
I was just going to comment on that. I was going to say we've got to be quite careful that we don't get design mixed up with specification when we're talking about freighters. But it's also important that we have money put aside, because even if the government does finance these freighters, there's probably a lot of opportunities to make them better than the base freighter that the government wants. Like, obviously, weight and things like that are massively important when you're running HVO fuel, and it's good to have this money put aside just to look at cost savings and improvements in those actual freighters beyond what we're asked to do.
Thank you. Councillor Muller, you've got a question.
It's more of a comment. Yeah, thank you, Councillor Fleming, for your answer to that. When I lived in Northampton, I left Northampton in 2010, we actually used to have the glass collected at that stage. So there must be vehicles available because if they're using them sort of 12 years ago, there must be sort of these vehicles must still be available. So that would just be the comment that I was going to make, Chair. Thank you.
Yeah, I believe that there are electric vehicles available. There are also a whole range of different specifications for what goes on at the back of the vehicle. And yeah, we have relatives in Northampton, and I think they have moved on from then. But we no doubt will be driven by the Environment Bill. If we haven't got any more questions, can we move on to debate? Before that, Councillor Field, do you have any questions?
Not at the moment, I don't think. I have a number of small ones, but the strategic ones are limited.
Thank you. So we will move on to debate, and if we can start to formulate any recommendation that we might make on the budget, that would be helpful. We've made a lot of comments, and I'm sure that officers and the portfolio holder will take account of the comments that we've made, but do we have any general recommendations that we might want to put, well, either general recommendations or specific recommendations on this year's budget? No, oh, Councillor Scarf. Thank you. Somebody's starting off the debate.
Well, Chair, I think it's actually very difficult for us to make a recommendation on the budget. We've asked, I'm pleased in the latter stage of the meeting that we've gone to strategic questioning of the budget, and I thank other councillors for their contributions on that, because I think that is really what we're here today to do. In terms of making a recommendation where we might consider altering the budget based on what's in front of us, I think it's somewhat difficult. Perhaps the Scrutiny Committee should note the budget and ask Cabinet to take on board the comments that we've made, because I don't know, a specific recommendation I think I find would be hard to deliver. One of the recommendations I would make is that we do actually drastically review. I know we've tried to do it in a different way this year, but it clearly didn't work to start off with. So I think one of the recommendations I would make is if we're going to be presented with information, we must be presented with that in sufficient time for us to actually take that into our considerations, even if it's only background information as to how you got from this year's budget to next year's budget and what the changes are. Because I think to present them at the meeting, as we found today, has just confused members too much. So I think that's one of the recommendations I would like to make from the Overview and Scrutiny Committee, that we take a serious look at how we look at as a committee at the budget, how potential for monitoring the budget, including, and I'll use the word transformation, including how the transformational changes that we're about to look at in terms of the budget are monitored. How is the budget developed across Mid-Suffolk during the year? I think, there's some work to do there. So I think that, certainly for me, would be the outcome of today's meeting.
I think it's very valid that you raise the question about reviewing the development of the budget throughout the year. We've got to be very careful that we're scrutinising the development of a new budget, not monitoring the details of the current year's expenditure. But if you would like to put together some wording around a strategic review of the development of the budget throughout the year, I think that's something which I would find helpful. I think it would be a step forward, and I think it's something which other councils already do, and it's recommended also by professionals that we should do that. So, Councillor Scarf.
Okay, well, I'll come back then, Chair, and move a motion then, if it would be helpful. I'll move the following motion: that the Overview and Scrutiny Committee look strategically at the developing budget for Mid-Suffolk District Council throughout the coming year and on year, and develop a way of monitoring how that budget development is progressing. Bit wordy, but perhaps the officers can help us with clarify that, perhaps in a slightly short word.
We can make something from that. It's got quite a few developments in there. and developing. But yes, I mean, basically, we want to see it as it is being put together, rather than when it's too late to change anything other than one or two small sums of money within it. We want to see the basic assumptions that are being made as they are being made, not after they've been incorporated into the build-up of the budget. So I think that's the basis, I think, of what you're saying. So we'll attempt to put that into a form of words. So we'll note the budget, ask the Cabinet member and officers to take account of the comments that were being made, and we will we'll seek to find a way to review a developing budget throughout the year, and the sort of the strategic decisions and recommendations as they're built into the budget, something along those lines. Emily, are you happy that you can make a form of words out of that?
Chair, I'm happy to offer a suggestion if that's helpful at this stage. So I've been furiously scribbling committee members and largely used the majority of Councillor Scarf's words, but also picking up your earlier comments around the responsibility for budget scrutiny and financial monitoring as an ongoing concern throughout the year. So I think the recommendation may be suitable along the lines of that the Overview and Scrutiny Committee is involved in the scrutiny of the budget as it is developed to enable earlier scrutiny, and that the ongoing process of financial monitoring by councillors is reviewed to better distribute the responsibilities between the Cabinet and the various scrutiny committees.
Yeah, we don't want to monitor the expenditure. We just want to monitor the development of the budget and assumptions made in developing it, I think. Councillor Epingham.
But I do think that we need to understand that how we're spending the money and how we're spending the money on the priorities that were agreed. And if we haven't spent it on those priorities, what are we going to do about it? So I think there is a question about the budget process and how we can seek to improve that process.
I absolutely agree, but what we don't want to do is do half of the work that Audit will be carrying out, and other work that Cabinet do that we have a sight of, and the performance man. There's so much data out there, different people looking at it, but we need to take a strategic view of the data, how it's being used, and how the budget for the following year is being developed. Right, Councillor Mansell.
Do you need a seconder for Councillor Scarf's motion?
I think we do.
If so, I'm happy to second it.
Right. So that being the case, yeah. So that being the case, we've reached a consensus on what needs to go into the recommendation back to council, to officers to implement, and to the Cabinet member. Can we take a break of, say, 5 minutes whilst the governance officer and the monitoring officer put together a form of words that we might be happy then to vote upon? Councillor Whitehead.
If you may, Jeff, I would just make an observation in terms of how the budget develops. I mean, even as the Cabinet member for Finance, I don't sit in and observe the senior leadership team you know, in terms of how when they're pulling the budget together, I'm not looking over their shoulder as such. Even as a cabinet member, basically as a cabinet, we give them the direction in terms of our outcomes and what we want to achieve, and then we say to the officers, this is what we want to achieve next year. Now go away and have a delivery plan. And that delivery plan then creates the budget. I'm just a bit concerned that you're almost asking to be more involved in the process than even myself as a cabinet member for finance, who, I say, we sort of set what's needed, and then when it comes back, we sort of forensically look at it.
I think yes, I understand your role in it, and we don't want to take your role, but what we do need to know is how it's being developed, what the assumptions are, and not to have a load of detail thrown at us at the last minute. And we need to see the strategic information as the budget is being developed. We don't need to know the details, the minutiae of what the plans are for spending the money on specific items, but we do need to know and scrutinise the sort of basic information that's going into the development of the budget. Is that right? Councillor Epping, have I roughly summarised what we need to see, or do you have something else to add?
I'm not entirely sure I've understood what you've just said, to be honest. I do agree we don't need to delve into the minutiae of the budget, but I do think we do need to look at how the process could be improved, if it could be improved, because clearly from some of the comments and questioning earlier on in this meeting, we as the Overview and Scrutiny Committee are not satisfied with the process. So I think whatever recommendation we make needs to take account of the fact that we want that reviewed.
Want to review the process of the budget development?
Yeah.
Yeah, we can put those words in there, yes. Okay. Well, I then suggest that we take a 5-minute break, 5 or 6 minutes break, and come back. And then we can be able to look at what the officers have come up with as a form of words. Thank you. We're back in the meeting now. We've had a break and the Governance Officer is about to read out the recommendation that's been drafted whilst we've had the break, based on the comments that were made and the motions from various members. So if we could listen to the Governance Officer, that would be great, please.
Thank you, Chair. The recommendations are that the Overview and Scrutiny Committee notes that the General Fund Budget 2022 to 23 and 4-year outlook, and ask that the Cabinet Member for Finance and officers take into consideration the comments made at the meeting, and that the budget preparation process is reviewed by the Section 151 officer and the monitoring officer to ensure that the Overview and Scrutiny Committee can be involved earlier in the development of the budget, enabling a more strategic approach to scrutinising the budget. Further, that the monitoring officer and Constitution Working Group reviews the terms of reference for the Overview and Scrutiny Committee and the Joint Audit and Standards Committee to ensure that financial scrutiny is being undertaken in the most appropriate way. And
Councillor Scarf, you've got a comment on that.
Thank you, Chair. I think that tidies up our general intent a lot sharper. So, yeah, I think that gives us a number of ways of looking at the way that the budget is developed during the year. I think that's a very sensible approach. So I'll be happy to move that.
Thank you. And Councillor Mansell, you still content to second?
I'm happy.
Thank you. Well, the wording will be in the electronic voting.
And vote is now in progress. Thank you, Chair. That's 6 votes for, so that's unanimous.
Thank you very much. So we now move on to the next item. We're on to item 7, which is the HRA account and HRA budget. And Catherine, are you going to introduce this report, or is Gavin, or right, thank you. Okay, Councillor Whitehead.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. As I already explained in my introduction to the General Fund budget, we've streamlined the process, budget setting this year. So this is the opportunity to challenge the assumptions and look at the risks involved. We're pleased to hear that we don't have a PowerPoint presentation to abort for this, because the housing revenue account is very much a single department, a ring-fenced account, so hopefully all the detail is already within the report before you. So the report highlights the effects that COVID-19 has had on the HRA and its finances. Rent collection has barely been affected, and any shortfalls can and will be collected over an extended period due to the nature of the long-term secure tenancies. So that's good news. But on the other hand, the pandemic significantly impacted the new build schedule and has led to both material supply issues and significant cost increases in materials. The pandemic also led to a backlog of repairs and maintenance work during lockdown, which has significantly impacted expenditure in this current year, leading to a predicted 747,000 deficit for this current year. The impact from this backlog will continue into the 22-23 financial year. Officers from the housing team, working with the finance team, have taken a forensic look at the expenses we have incurred in the building services over recent years to ensure we have realistic expense figures in our 22-23 budget. The current year's budget for this area, which was 3.629 million, has been increased to 4.148 million for 22-23. Now, I suspect that one of the first things that will have drawn members' attention when first reading this report was the proposed council house rent increases, certainly mine. Using the government-approved formula of CPI plus 1% will lead to a rent increase of 4.1% from the 1st of April 22. Now, that equates to an average rent increase of £3.34 per week. The rent increase generates additional revenue of £601,000 for the HRA. So despite all the cost pressures to which I've just previously referred, the HRA budget for next year is coming out just above a break-even position. Now, in contrast to the general fund position, our HRA cannot objectively be said to be in an entirely healthy position. Total reserves are just under 3 million, which might sound substantial, but in fact work out at less than £1,000 per property. With all the challenges ahead arising from our carbon neutral aspirations and the improvements that will be needed to energy efficiencies of our dwelling stock, it's vital we have a robust HRA account going forward, and current reserves alone certainly won't meet those aspirations. And it's for that reason, really, that we set out in paragraph 416 two tables which show the impact of these rent increases on the HRA over various extensive periods of time, and to illustrate the vital contributions they make to the HRA finances. I'm happy to answer any questions that members may have, and the finance team, together with Gavin Fisk, AD for Housing, are here to assist me. So hopefully between us we can provide further information and commentary to assist with your overview and scrutiny of this budget. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Whitehead. Do I have somebody wishing to ask the first question, please? No questions? Councillor Caston, thank you.
Thank you. The right to buy in Mid-Suffolk is down from what the original projections were, from projected 20 and actually sold 12. I think that's the same as very similar to last year's projections, down from lower than the projections. How are we working out those projections for right to buy, please? Gavin.
Well, obviously this is crystal ball gazing, but insofar as we're trying to make a science out of this, I'll ask Gavin to just perhaps go through the process.
Thank you for the question, Councillor Caston. In terms of right to buy, there obviously is a difficulty in looking at and monitoring the markets in terms of sales. What we saw naturally during COVID was a decline, but we have seen that steadily rise again. What we are able to do is obviously look across both a short and a longer period of time. So in terms of any period, accounts or the Department of Levelling Up Communities and Housing would look at a period over 10 years, and we can look at and see consistent trends in terms of the numbers. Yes, there will naturally be small peaks and troughs, but on average we sell between 15 and 20 in a normal given year, putting aside COVID. Our HRA business plan has an indicative number in there, and as part of the work that we're doing both now but also continuously, we're always looking to revise that, because clearly if we were to underestimate the number of houses sold, it would have an impact on rental income. So we are adjusting the level continuously depending on what we see. And actually, I think we can see going forward that we're going to sort of meet that original projection of 20 over the next 12, 18 months.
Thank you. Are there no other questions? Councillor Mansell.
Thank you. Maybe I haven't read the paper properly, but that paragraph under 4.16 about the dwelling rents, does that take into consideration our new properties and the rents we'll be getting from those, or is that only existing numbers? Because you talk about effectively 30 affordable rent properties, but that's a reduction of 30 social housing properties. But what about the new ones? Are they incorporated into that table?
Thank you, Councillor Mansell, for the question. Yeah, just checking with colleagues and perhaps just introduce Jenny Smithies as our HRA business partner now, so she's sort of more involved in the detailed work. We haven't included an assumption for any new build because we're not sure exactly when during the year they would come on stream. So I suppose we've taken the slightly cautious approach of waiting for them to actually be built, and then we will build that into the following year's budget.
Thank you. Councillor Scarf.
Thank you, Chair. Well, a similar question as to what I asked in the last session on the general fund. On page 30, paragraph 4.21, we've got the planned maintenance carry forward of £1.5 million, which is obviously a significant sum of money, which put together with the budget for this year gives us a total spend of 6.485 million. As you can see from the figures forecasting forward, that's a very heavy sum, and I'm pleased to see that that sum is in there. How realistic is it that we will be able to spend that money in this forthcoming financial year? Because clearly planned maintenance helps to potentially reduce also the repairs budget, which obviously we're increasing by £500,000 this year. I wonder if you could give us some details on that, please.
Thank you, Gavin.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councillor Scarf, for the question. I think fundamentally what we've seen in recent years is carry forwards in regards to particularly the planned maintenance budget and more often or not the capital programme for new build as well. Specifically in relation to the planned maintenance, fully correct and support and echo your commentary that if we have an effective planned maintenance schedule, it should both reduce the number of jobbing repairs or day-to-day repairs and provide housing that is of a standard and a quality that we would all expect. In terms of the carry forward, some of the things that we are doing to ensure that we spend those receipts, we are looking at staffing resource and bringing in additional resource where appropriate in terms of what we need to complement the team. We're also looking at the use of procurement frameworks, and we've had an individual in recent times over the first half of this current financial year solely focused on contracts. So there is a little bit of a legacy issue here. So if I go back to, you'll recall the development of or the investigation of a joint venture that we were looking at previously. As part of that development, we naturally stopped or took stock of which contracts we had coming up for renewal, because traditionally we'll have a kitchen and bathroom refurbishment contract with a said contractor for perhaps 4 or 5 years. We naturally took the opportunity because what we didn't know was if the joint venture business case came off and if it was approved, actually what we'd be wanting to put into that joint venture to both benefit the joint venture and benefit us. So as a part of that, we have got a legacy that we've got a number of contracts that have come to a stop, and what we've been doing over the last 18 months to 2 years is letting small contracts for smaller values for a shorter period of time. The work that we've been doing over this year is to let longer contracts for a longer period of time so that we can increase the supply and throughput of those works. And that continues. And one thing that we've also been trying to do is use procurement frameworks rather than have to use alternative procurement and tendering mechanisms, which at sometimes can generate speed in terms of them already being approved. And lastly, I'd point to some really big ticket items. So moving towards EPC-C of all of our homes by 2030, an ambitious programme to retrofit and make improvements to our stock. and some big ticket items. We've got some big schemes where we want to invest significantly. Harston Corner is an example of that, in terms of an exemplar scheme that is going to consume and absorb significant amounts of that planned maintenance schedule. So as I sit here today, we've got a plan to drive that budget and spend and exhaust those budgets.
Can I then ask a question about, well, it's not specifically about Harston Corner, but a significant part of that, was it 6.485 million? Are you saying that a significant part of that is tied up in schemes like Harston Corner and coming up with an exemplar scheme? Now let's assume that that is successful. Will there not then need to be, in future years, a similar big increase in spend, because you're going to get what you call big ticket items across the whole of the district?
Yeah, if I can come back to your question, Chair. So Harston Corner is an example of a project where we're looking at an exemplar scheme, and we're actually looking at doing something quite radical with the number of units there, and spending in excess of the typical expenditure that we would expect to spend per property over the lifespan of that property. The work that we've been doing and will come forward through the HRA business plan, as Councillor Whitehead described, is actually looking at our overall stock profile. Yes, it's natural to look at smaller schemes as and when they present themselves. Maybe high vacancy rates might mean that we want to do something slightly different in that area or that location, or we have properties of a certain type and certain traits which allow us or want us to, makes us to do something different. In regards to the work that we've been doing, we've been working with the Energy Saving Trust over this year to evaluate each and every single one of our properties across Babergh and Mid-Suffolk based on 88 different environmental measures. And what that can provide us, and what it has provided us with, is actually a real baseline of every single property and the level of works that we need to spend to get that property to an EPCC, or beyond that then to a higher level. And as such, what we will do, and we invariably do every day, is evaluate our stock. There are going to be some properties that will never ever reach our expectations in terms of an EPCC, just because of their construction or their design or their location. And so actually what we'll need to do is be flight of foot and more flexible in our approach in terms of looking at acquisitions, but also disposals, also redevelopment and regeneration of sites. So that planned maintenance budget will be spent on a variety of different themes. It will be spent on kitchen and bathroom refurbs. It will be spent on retrofit works. It might be spent on a significant project of a Harston Corner ilk, if we identify such schemes.
Yeah, that's really helpful, thank you. Then it begs a different question, and that is, if it is possible to spend some £6 million, there are so many properties out there that will need a lot of work doing on them. Is some £3.8 million in future years going to be enough? Or are we then having to delay bringing up to standard so many properties across the district because of lack of finance?
Thank you. I think what I would want to prevent is just straying into the HRA business plan conversation, because I can foresee that we'll be having these conversations in the not too distant future. The reality is that we have expectations that we set on what we want to achieve with our stock in terms of decency, quality and the like. We have the government imposing on housing providers the Building Safety Act, Fire Safety Act, and we're looking ahead to Decent Homes 2, which will be a new standard in terms of the level of decency that all social housing needs to meet, as well as those environmental measures as well. Naturally, if we build a new home, there's a capital outlay, but there's also an income receipt for that property week in, week out, year in, year out. Invariably, what you're identifying and what I think we'll be having conversations about with the Cabinet and with yourselves at full council in regards to the business plan is there is a significant investment required in our existing stock over the medium long term. So I would estimate that to be more than 60 million across Babergh and Mid-Suffolk to reach EPCC, and upwards of 100 million to meet any higher ambitions than that. Clearly, that has to be found from somewhere, and as part of the business plan work, we're looking at a variety of different scenarios in terms of we've got a finite amount of income coming into the account, we've got a number of expenditures, and how do we adjust those to fund this work. Clearly, borrowing is an example of where we can bring in additional receipts, but whatever we borrow has to be obviously naturally affordable. And I think for the HRA, in the medium to long term, there are going to be those challenges, and we are going to have to make some tough decisions on the level of expenditure on our homes and how we make best use of what we've got.
Yeah, I mean, I think there is a real concern there, which perhaps today is not the time to address what that concern is and how we overcome it. But I wanted to flag up that we've got some big bills coming, and they're going to be bigger than 3.8 million pounds a year, and we mustn't look at these figures and think that's going to solve the problem. And certainly not going to solve the problem in 3 years. Councillor Mansell.
Thank you. Given that what Gavin's just said about the energy efficiency measures going into some of the council properties, what is actually covered by your line in the table called environmental improvements? If they're obviously not energy efficiency measures, what other sort of environmental improvements are you budgeting for?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Councillor Mansell. Apologies by the titles, because I think they can be confusing. Our retrofit programme, our sustainable programme around our existing stock would be formed from the planned maintenance budget, and we're actually creating reserves within that so that any underspend can be consumed within an environmental reserve to support those retrofit works. Environmental improvements is actually works that we might want to undertake to our estates in terms of, for example, increased biodiversity or changes to the makeup of those estates. And I don't want to preempt the business plan work again, but an example of that is us looking at how we invest more in those areas to support the aims and goals of the organisations and the councils.
Turn to Councillor John Field.
Thank you, Chair. Just really questioning the rise in rent. Obviously, it yields £580,000, 4% of 14 million. And if you look at that over 30 years, it raises 17 million, which is 4% of the, whatever it is, 450 million that we'll get in total revenue over that period. So it's not inconsiderable, but I was going to question the issues of raising the rent of people who are in the poorest element, typically, of society, and we know this year there are substantial challenges. I think I heard that Councillor Whitehead is probably not going to put up council tax, so that's good for those people, but they considerably have suffered cuts to universal credit. More importantly, perhaps at the moment, the swinging increases in fuel bills, heating bills for houses. So I was just questioning really whether it's responsible to raise that, introduce that increase this financial year in particular. One obviously understands the longer term investment issues, but some of these things like EPC, if you introduce changes there, you will reduce people's heating bills. So there's some argument that you could raise rents at that time without damage to anyone. So it's really, is that 4.1% a good thing to be doing this year?
Thank you, Councillor Field. Councillor Whitehead.
Can I just say, perhaps before handing over to Gavin, I mean, I think this is the fundamental question when it comes to when we debate the HRA in full council. It is a large increase, 4.1%, although it's £3.34 a week, which is what, probably £160 a year, which will be will hurt people. I made the point that even with this increase, we are just showing a very small surplus. Effectively, we're breaking even on this ring-fenced account, which has to be self-financing. So, to some extent, I guess it's between a rock and a hard place with this. And I think this will be the fundamental issue that will need debating in full council. But Gavin, do you want to add anything in terms of?
Thank you, Councillor Whitehead and Councillor Field for the question. I think a few points of note. Fundamentally, we went for a period between 2015 and 2020 of rent reductions, and I'm conscious that this report doesn't evidence it, but I think it would be helpful possibly for me to go away and compare rent levels in 2015 to where they are now, because clearly we're playing catch up in regards to those reductions in recent years. We've also had the debate and conversation in this room around the level of investment required, and that has to be paid for, and there is a real challenge, and I 100% wholeheartedly agree in terms of the challenges that we face as a nation right now in terms of rising fuel bills or changes to universal credit. Ultimately, we have to provide a sustainable HRA, not just for the forthcoming year, but for the next 30 years, and you can see the impacts by not increasing rents and what that would mean. And invariably that means, because it's a very ring-fenced fund, that it would impact the level of service, the level of quality and improvements that we can improve our tenants' homes with. We've done a huge amount of consultation with tenants over the summer of last year in relation to the HRA business plan, and we'll be bringing forward through that work their commentary, their feedback, their wants and desires in terms of the landlord service. And they're ambitious. They're ambitious in terms of what they want, but there is also a level of expectation that anyone would expect, and I think tenants deserve in terms of a good quality, a high quality home, a decent home, a home that isn't damp or mouldy, a home where the energy bills are as low as practicably possible, and as such that's got to be funded. So it is difficult, but we face those challenges. One thing that we are going to be doing, bringing forward in the first half of this year, is a rent and service charge policy, which I believe will set the direction of travel for the need to increase or manage service charges and manage our income in the longer term. So you can expect to see that policy come forward over the forthcoming months.
Thank you.
Could I just comment on that?
Please do.
Please.
Well, if it's a question, yeah.
Is it a question? I was just going to point out that we went through a 4-year period of rent reductions because we and others put the rent up. The government didn't like it, particularly the impact on the social bills that they have to suffer, the proportion of our tenants whose rents they pay. So we suffered a period of 4 years of reduction. You know, I'm also concerned that we, with others, obviously not on our own, could provoke just the same sort of reaction again. We keep sticking rents up, the government will say, saw you do that, now put them back down again. And they ultimately are more powerful than we are. Thank you.
I'm not sure there was a question there, but if you can find a question there, Gavin, perhaps you'd answer it.
I think Councillor Field raises a really valid point, and a point I'll just come back with is in terms of self-financing and the situation that Mid-Suffolk found itself in 2012, 2013 when it self-financed and took on a significant financial burden in terms of a debt. And clearly in terms of developing and managing the business plan, which is projected over a 30-year period at any one time, it didn't take into account the ability that rents would decrease. It took account of its ability to control its own finances, including its income and its expenditure. And as such, that rent reduction has impacted the HRA business plan, and hence why we sit here today talking about rent increases and talking about the levels of investment that are required in the long term. I think fundamentally we all identify in social housing and in the organisations the level of investment required, the level of ambition to meet the climate emergency that's been declared, the need and justification to provide decent and quality homes, and that comes at a cost, and that has to be managed. I think what we can evidence through this budget is actually we are optimising the budget wherever possible. I spoke to our HRA business plan consultant last week. He told us, and he manages more than 100 HRAs across the country, that typically we, as Babergh Mid Suffolk and individually, we're about £250 cheaper per property than any other social housing landlord in terms of the average, and that's around supervision, management and the cost of repairs. So we're already running a very lean service, in my opinion, in terms of the roles and responsibilities and what we achieve with what we've got. But those additional monies that will be received through any rent increase will naturally go towards these ambitions that we've talked about today and will be set out in the business plan.
Thank you.
Thank you, that was useful information, very much.
So, members, there being no more questions, who would like to open the debate? Councillor Caston, thank you.
Thank you. I do wonder, like, finishing on that note of the council house rent, I do wonder if we need more information in this paper of where we are with them. You said there's £250 below market, well, not market, but for council has a bit of an oxymoron, but the sort of market council house rent, where we are, where this will take us, and I think in this paper to make that decision we do need a bit more of that information, because it's 4.1% of what, whether it's an already high rent, a low rent, bringing it into something that stays a low rent for the market. I keep saying the market, but it's and also the other information I'd like to know is how many of the council house rents are the tenants are able to pay their rent, and how many are assisted in any way, because I think that says quite a lot about the actual rent level. But just a thought for what this paper going forward.
Councillor Caston, are you asking that information is made available to members before the council meeting when this will be debated?
Yeah, I think maybe if we're going to make recommendations on this, I'd leave it up to the other members of this committee. But that might be something that we would like to have included in the paper before we actually take it to full council.
And perhaps provided to us next year when we are looking at the HRA budget in advance of council. Is there sort of general agreement that that's a good idea? That's necessary in order to debate the item? Yeah? Councillor Ekping-Yong.
Well, I would think so, Mr. Chairman. I think it just follows the trend of the discussion we had about the previous budget, so I don't see why it wouldn't apply in this case.
So would we like to see some information earlier than now and more information? Is that's the gist of what I'm understanding. So are you, Councillor Caston?
Well, that wasn't really what I was trying to say. I think given the time before this would actually go to full council, I think there's enough time. It's just in this paper, when this paper arrives at the same time as it has arrived, I'd quite like to see that information so that a percentage isn't a rent. It's very hard to actually work out where we are with that.
Yeah, so I mean, what I was suggesting is that this year that information is made available between now and the council meeting, and next year it's made available before the overview and scrutiny meeting, so that we have that.
Yeah,
that
thank you,
data.
Mr. Chairman. Yeah, no, I agree with that. Sorry, yeah.
So, if that can be put into a form of words, are you content to note the budget, note the report, note the proposals? So, Councillor Caston and Councillor Equin-Young, and then if one of our officers has got a form of words, I think Bethany's got something there typed out. Do you want to compare notes, and then if you compare notes with Henriette, and then
Sorry, Chair. We have that the overview and scrutiny notes the housing revenue account 2022-23 and 4-year outlook, and that information is provided for an overview of council house rents collection for tenants before council in February, and to the overview and scrutiny committee before the budget next year, or with the budget next year. What's that?
is that okay with the proposer and the seconder? Would you like to have it read again, please?
It's the second one you need to consider, presumably. Yeah. That information is provided for an overview of council house rents collection.
No,
It's marked.
I think it's
a comparison that I'm really looking at. It's like if the percentage to me hasn't got that much information. If we were going down the A14 and I said I was going to drive 10% faster, that wouldn't be the important number. It'd be how fast I was going at that time. So it's what I'd like to see is what maybe our surrounding council towns' average rents are, or you know, some examples to see where ours are. To you know,
So it's the level of council house rent compared with similar authorities. Yeah, not the collection, but the level of the rent.
I don't know if this is helpful or not, but just done some calculations, because £3.34 is a 4.1% increase. So basically, it takes the rent up from £81.46, this is averages, £81.46 a week up to £84.80 a week, which is equivalent of £368 per month, which I think most people sort of think of monthly rents, don't they, particularly in the private sector. So our average rent per month is £368 per month. And I guess that compares obviously very favourably with the private sector, where I think flats are around the 500 to 600, semis are 700, and bigger houses even more. If that's any help, just to put it in perspective.
I think the point that we were looking to understand was that the average weekly council house rent paid in Mid-Suffolk, how that compares with other authorities, not how it compares with the private sector, particularly. Councillor Eppingham.
I'm not sure that's quite correct, Mr. Chairman. At the beginning of his commentary, Councillor Caston was concerned, I think, about the fact that the level of rent could be such that it's causing tenants to then have their rent subsidised. So it was kind of a little bit of a vicious circle, you know, on giving them with one hand and taking away with the other hand. And I think his concern is, he can correct me if I'm wrong, as to whether we are setting the rents at a level that avoids that, really.
Yeah, absolutely. That was the other part of it. So what I'd like to see is a comparison to see where our council tax, our council rents sit compared with other authorities, and also look into how many of the residents have that subsidised, and where we are with that, because I think that is a really important part of this. If the residents can't pay their rent, it doesn't matter how high it is, or how, you know, it.
So what we're looking for, I think, is the step change in the number of council tenants who would not be able to pay their, or would have their rent subsidised if we went 1%, 3.1%, or 4.1.
I think that's sort of a projection. What I'd like to see is right now how many residents need to be assisted with that. And then we've got information that, like, projections aren't particularly, you could say times are getting harder, or, you know, I just, that's not really what I'm looking for. Out of our council house stock, I'd like to know how many people need assistance with their rents to pay them on a monthly basis.
In the current year?
Yeah.
Because what I thought you were looking for was how much that would, how that percentage would increase if the rent increased, but you're not looking for
No, I don't think, for me, I think it would, I don't know, projections are difficult things, aren't they?
Yeah, I mean, yes, I'm quite content with going with what you said. I'm not sure how that helps in looking at the effect of an increase of 4.1%.
It gives an idea of where our rents are at the moment, and how people are managing to pay the rents at the moment.
At the moment.
So if it's a surprisingly large number, that says a lot about putting rents up. If it's a low number, we could, you know, that to me is an indicator.
Yeah, I think that's very valuable, because we know that as a district council, incomes throughout the district are lower than many of the surrounding districts. So that would be very useful information, yeah. So would one of you read out what you've got on your screen then, please?
I have that information is provided for the level of council rent compared with other authorities for benchmarking for the current year, be provided to council in February and to the Overview and Scrutiny Committee for the budget in the next municipal year.
I don't think that had the full...
No, I don't think I had the full inclusion. Just give me a moment, please. to apologise, members. Let's try again. That information is provided for the level of council rent compared with other authorities for benchmarking in the current year, and the number of tenants receiving rent rebate in the current financial year be provided to council in February and to the Overview and Scrutiny Committee for their review of the budget in the next municipal year. Is the seconder and the proposer and the seconder happy with that? Right. We will not put in modern.gov, we'll just go straight to the vote if you're happy with that. Members happy with that? Okay,
You're
sorry,
content then, so we can look in modern.gov to vote.
The vote is now in progress, Chair.
I'm afraid it's not letting me vote, so I'm in favour.
Councillor Mansell, can I take your vote verbally, please?
Councillor Mansell, it hasn't come up, so...
I think I've done it. Sorry. It looked like it was working for me.
Can I take your vote verbally, please?
Could you let us know what your vote is?
It says carried, but I'm pretty sure I did it.
It might. Can I have your vote verbally?
I've done it.
Oh, okay. It's come through now, sorry. That's 6 votes for, and that's unanimous.
Oh, that's unanimous. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you. So we move on to the item 8, which is the forthcoming decisions list. Do members have any comments on the forthcoming decisions list, please? There are none. Thank you. The forthcoming decisions list is just for noting. The Mid-Suffolk Overview and Scrutiny work plans. Does anyone have any comments on the work plan, please? Councillor Mansell.
Yeah, as a member of the West Suffolk Community Safety Partnership, and I note that you have your meeting on the 21st of March 2022 that relates to a review of the Community Safety Partnership. I am aware that our review at Mid-Suffolk does not coincide with the programme for other members of the West Suffolk Community Safety Partnerships review, and I'm just worried that this produces extra work for our officers. And has there ever been any consideration of moving the date to coincide with other councils and other members' review timescale?
Yes, there has been consideration. We did ask the corporate manager if it would be more convenient for her and for the Community Safety Partnership, and I believe that she indicated that she would be happy with it to stay. Yeah, I mean, we have asked the question, and we can ask that question again. So perhaps we will note that we will check with the corporate manager and ask the corporate managers to check with the partnership. Okay, thank you very much. So we now move on to the call-in, item 10. Yeah, we just need 5 minutes in order to rearrange the room a touch. So shall we have a break now just for 5 minutes? Thank you. Welcome back to the meeting. We are now moving on to item 10, which is the call-in of a Mid-Suffolk Cabinet decision on the 6th of December 2021. And at item 10, members, you're asked to consider and approve the protocol for the call-in. So just to add a little bit to that, I'm going to read out, when we start item 11, the full discussion of this call-in, I'm going to read out in full the call-in notice for the benefit of anybody who's watching in, because they won't have the papers. And also, I'm going to ask the monitoring officer to expand a bit on item 4.6, where it sets out the options that we have. And just to clarify, I don't think it's necessary, but at 4.2, I will invite you to ask questions of officers and members of Cabinet, but only on matters of their portfolio. But we only have one portfolio holder here, and I think this all is within her portfolio, so I don't think that will be a problem. So, could I just ask the monitoring officer to expand on 4.6, and after that, I'm going to ask you to confirm that you're content with the protocol.
Thank you, Chair. Committee, in accordance with the Council's procedure rules for call-ins, the committee is obliged to consult with the monitoring officer as to whether the decision by the Cabinet was contrary to or not wholly in accordance with the policy framework or the budget. This is Scrutiny Procedure Rule 12.8, Part 3, Section 1, Subsection 2, if anybody would like to look that up. If the decision was contrary to policy or budget, the committee could resolve to refer the matter to the full council for a final decision. If it's not contrary to policy or budget, then your options are to either accept the decision as made by the Cabinet or to refer the matter back to the Cabinet for review. Chair, would you like me at this stage to give my advice on whether or not it is consistent?
Please do.
Firstly, I would like to confirm to the committee that the adoption of the Hackney Carriage and Private Hire Vehicle Licensing Policy is an executive function under the terms of the Local Authorities Functions and Responsibilities England Regulations 2000 and the Council's Constitution. Therefore, the Cabinet was the correct decision maker for this matter. Secondly, it is my view as monitoring officer that the decision taken by the Cabinet was in accordance with the Council's agreed policy framework and budget, and therefore it is not possible for this committee to refer this matter to the full Council. Chairman, this means that if after your deliberations the committee is of the view that the Cabinet's decision was flawed, the appropriate recommendation is to refer the matter back to the Cabinet for further consideration, clearly setting out the issues that the committee would like to see addressed. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I will now ask you to confirm you're happy with the protocol, so we will proceed. We need to vote. So those in favour, are we doing this electronically as well? Those in favour of. Sorry? Yeah, except I probably can't, and there may be others who can't, for whatever reason. Are you contented? We'll do this by a show of hands. Those in favour of adopting the protocol for the call-in? Thank you very much. That's unanimous. Oh, did we need a proposer and a seconder as well? Oh, sorry about that. Right.
Mr. Chairman, is it just the committee voting on this?
Yeah.
Okay.
I thought that this was, well, anyway, we've got a proposer, Councillor Scarf. We've got a seconder, Councillor Mansell. We are still all in favour, yeah? Thank you. I'm sorry, that was my fault. I didn't realise that it wasn't just straightforward that we had to adopt it. So we press on. And the call-in is as follows. The following councillors, whose names I'll read out at the end, agree that the Cabinet decision taken on Monday the 6th of December 2021 to adopt the post-consultation draft Hackney carriage and private hire vehicle licensing policy should be called in for scrutiny for the following reasons. 1. The Cabinet Report MCA 2132 stated at 11 environmental implications 11.1 the recommendation to switch to hybrid and fully electric vehicles could mean that either the Hackney carriage ranks in the Mid-Suffolk district need to be adapted or infrastructure will be needed nearby to support the change to greener energy efficient vehicles. This statement appears to only consider some potential infrastructure implications and does not encompass or examine the wider environmental implications of the proposed policy. The Council declared a climate emergency motion in July 2019, which stated the aim to work with partners towards the aspiration of making the County of Suffolk carbon neutral by 2030. However, the proposed new policy proposes little that moves Hackney carriages and private hire vehicles toward more environmentally friendly or zero carbon choices, apart from the strong recommendation that new taxis should be electric vehicles or hybrids. There is no deadline by which these changes should be made and no support or encouragement offered to assist owners to adapt. The new policy states at 611 that the Council will look to research and develop an incentive scheme. However, no plan or timetable is presented to take this forward. It is not shown how the policy contributes towards the Council's stated aim of achieving carbon neutrality by 2030. The Cabinet made a decision to adopt the policy without a full depiction of the debate on the draft report, which had taken place at the Licensing and Regulatory Committee on 16th of August 2021, where opposition members pressed for electric vehicles and hybrids to be given a higher priority in the recommendations. Those calls were not accepted and the draft report was eventually voted through on the Chair's casting vote. Cabinet members did not explore or seek to understand why some members of the Licensing or Regulatory Committee had been unable to support the draft policy when it was debated on August 16th. And this call-in was agreed by the following councillors: Eburn, Field, Matheson, Mellon, Norris, Otten, Pratt, Stringer and Warboys. So I've introduced the call-in, and we now move on to the lead signatory, which I think is Councillor Mellon, will now present the reason for the call-in and why the committee should scrutinise the decision. This will be up to a maximum of 10 minutes, which the clerk will time. The lead signatory may choose to call other councillors from those listed in the call-in notice, but the maximum amount of time will remain 10 minutes collectively. So it's over to you, Councillor Mellon.
Thank you, Chair. The Cabinet is the place where many decisions are formally made, and whilst there are only 9 councillors on it, other councillors can attend meetings to listen, to ask questions, and whilst we don't get a vote, it's an opportunity for the opposition to do its job, and that is monitoring, scrutinising and challenging the administration. We see this as an opportunity to improve decision making and ensure the best outcome for the people of Mid-Suffolk. This call-in is the first one to have been done during this council term, in fact the first one for several years, and the reasons for doing so have been set out in the call-in request that you've just heard. I will go briefly through them now with the help of my colleague, Councillor Stringer. We do accept that a lot of hard work has gone into the proposed policy by officers and councillors. However, the heart of the matter is this. We do not feel that the Cabinet had all the information it needed on the new Hackney carriage and private hire vehicle policy in order to make a good decision on the 6th of December, and hence we respectfully suggest that they need to have another look at it. Also, we do not feel that the decision to adopt this policy is compliant with other policies of the Council, specifically the July 29, 2019 declaration of a climate emergency that was agreed unanimously by all councillors. So I'll just take you briefly through the two reasons for the call-in. The first one is the environmental implications, and only one is listed, and that is about the provision of infrastructure, which is arguably not an environmental implication. Clearly, electrical vehicles and to a lesser extent plug-in hybrids will need to have charging infrastructure in order to operate. However, there are many more environmental implications which are not addressed in the report. For example, diesel engines and older petrol engines emit particulates such as PM2.5, which are known to be harmful to human health. In general, diesel and petrol cars emit carbon dioxide in higher amounts per mile than their hybrid or EV equivalents. And of course, EVs in particular are zero emission at the tailpipe. Earlier switching to these vehicles would mean reductions in CO2 emissions and other pollutants. The government has set 2030 as the deadline when no petrol or diesel cars can be bought. And obviously 2030 is also a significant date for this authority, and that's the next point of the call-in. The proposed policy proposes little that moves Hackney carriages and private hire vehicles towards more environmentally friendly or zero carbon choices, apart from a strong recommendation. And this is where the proposed taxi policy is clearly at odds with another policy, and that is the overarching aspirations of carbon neutrality by 2030. If we are to achieve this ambitious target, it can't all be done at the end. There needs to be a progression towards that goal over the 8 years that remain, with deadlines along the way. For example, you could say after 2024, no new diesel vehicle will be licensed, or after 2027, only vehicles emitting less than 100 grams of carbon per kilometre will be licensed. Operators would adapt if given time to plan, but what they don't need is a sudden change in the rules later on. However, the proposed policy only recommends a change to hybrid or electric vehicles. There is an opportunity here to steer operators in the right direction using a combination of carrot and stick. However, no specific carrots or sticks are proposed. And the second part of the call-in is to do with the debate that was had prior to this coming to Cabinet. At the Cabinet on the 6th of December, the new policy was simply introduced as having been agreed by the Licensing Committee. And I think Cabinet members may have taken a different view had they been aware that there had been an extended debate on those proposals and that the draft policy had only been voted through on the Chair's casting vote. And I'll now hand over to my colleague, Councillor Stringer, who was a participant in that debate at Licensing Committee on the 16th of August.
Thank you, Councillor Mellon, and thank you for the ability to speak to this call-in. I sometimes apologise for calling things in, but I perhaps at times think we don't do it often enough because it does actually focus our minds on particular issues. We're acutely aware that within the Cabinet system that authority is delegated to a number of people to carry out decisions on behalf of the Council. But the quality of those decisions is directly proportionate to the amount of accurate information going into that decision-making process. And we certainly feel that in this case, had more information gone into that process, that the outcome may have been different, even if it was still in agreement but somehow nuanced. And that comes out of the debate that was held at the original licensing meeting and subsequent freedom of information requests where we now learn more about the timetable of events. Both of those sets of documents have been submitted to this meeting, but because of how late the FOI timetable was, it's been ruled that you can't see them today because they were only with us yesterday. Anyway, that aside, going back to the why the decision may be flawed is that extra information. In the timetable of looking at this licensing policy, you need to put in the public domain and with the trade what the likelihood of travel is within the policy and what policies will be in it. So before we went to public consultation, before even the panel, the licensing panel had looked at it, we had taken the decision to strip out of the consultation a compulsory move to lower emission vehicles, which means the trade didn't get to debate that with us, and we hadn't had a debate about that at our meeting, but then the legal representation then ruled that you can't add that now because that would be a wholly different policy which you haven't consulted on. So even from the start, if we wanted to help or compel the trade to go to zero emission vehicles, it was already holed below the waterline before we started because it had been removed from the original consultation. So even if the Cabinet had have said, no, we've declared a climate emergency, we are going to move to zero emissions vehicles faster than the government is saying we have to by law, they wouldn't have been able to do it because of it had been ruled out of the discussion before we even had the discussion, which is worrying. That's why the debate at the licensing hearing ended up quite split and why it was a very difficult decision at that hearing. And if you read the transcript of the debate, actually I'm really pleased, it was a really good debate, I have to say, and there's a few members of that committee that are here today, and I thank you for a really good debate. But I think the decision, the final thing that triggered those members for not insisting on exploring that zero emission pathway earlier was because of the legal advice that came in to say, you haven't consulted on it, therefore we can't, it's a whole new policy, so you'll have to go through the whole framework again. Also, within, not put in front of the decision makers, was the risk of, it was highlighted the risk of compelling to move to a zero emission taxi licensing policy. But what also wasn't put in front of the committee was the risk in having no framework to do that. Transitions to new technologies normally happen on something called S-curves, which means that the migration to a newer technology doesn't happen incremental. It happens on an S-curve. And the migration to electric vehicles and zero-emission vehicles is moving along a perfect S-curve. 2 years ago, zero-emission and low-emission vehicles were 4% of the market. In 2022, that yearly target is now up to 20%.
1 minute left.
Thank you, Keith. Councillor Willam, sorry. That is highly likely to not be gradual lift. It's likely to be on an S-curve, which is going to be even steeper, which means our taxi service and those having licenses will need support in that migration, because if they do delay the transition, they may be economically disadvantaged, and that risk was not debated by the Cabinet. So that's why we would suggest that a decision at Cabinet was flawed because of an element of the process and not all of the relevant information being put in front of them. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. I now call on the Cabinet member to present the reasons why the decision was taken by Cabinet. And you have 10 minutes as well.
Thank you very much, and thank you for the opportunity to speak. about this, this call-in. I will say that I am disappointed that some members have seen fit to call in the draft Hackney Care and Public Hire Licensing Policy. This document is the result of extensive consultation and much hard work by our officers, in close accord with local providers. Also, the Licensing Committee in August approved the policy, where a question concerning support for EVs was posed and answered. An almost identical question was put to me at the 6th of December Cabinet meeting by Councillor Mellon, which I also answered. It is relevant that the main objectives of this policy are to provide a uniform set of standards and expectations for the taxi and PHV trade and protect the public in terms of safety and security and ensure that there is a reasonable access to taxi and services for all users in the district. That is the main objective of this policy. To clarify my understanding of aspects in dispute, I understand the main issues relate to the desire for a mandatory timetable for transition to EVs, and that the wider implications of this transition were not fully considered. The call-in also mentions incentives to transition to EVs and an incentive scheme, but seeks a plan and timetable. The details of such a scheme we've already agreed to prepare. These need to be worked up separately, though, to the policy, and is an action I fully support. Work behind developing the policy indicated a significant risk from an accelerated mandatory approach to transition that could lead, in fact, to fewer taxis providing a more expensive service, which would be a huge loss, both socially and environmentally, and counter to our aims to achieve carbon neutrality by 2030. The Hackney Care and Public Hire providers are in a vulnerable position in this area, given the pandemic and the reduction in passengers using public transport and getting around. That they provide a valuable and necessary service to residents and businesses is undisputed, and both their viability and their capacity to provide affordable services are central to our economy and to the functioning of society here in general. Licensees offer a commercial service, and they need as much freedom as possible to operate. This policy will be reviewed again in 3 years, and the question of fuel transition will be examined then, along with other relevant matters, following an extensive consultation. For our local providers at this time, the transition away from fossil fuels and the interests of the environment, which we all in this room, I think, want, will be more successful if pursued through encouragement rather than mandate. And this approach is reflected in the policy. I believe the Cabinet had more than adequate information about which to make its decision, and that the policy should be taken forward as it stands. Thank you.
The next stage is for committee members to ask questions of the lead signatory and the Cabinet member for further information, clarification this is. So, does any member seek any further clarification? Councillor Epping-Young.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It would appear to me, at least, that the movers of the call-in are in contradiction in terms of their claim with the comments that have been made by the Cabinet member for the Environment. And essentially, I'd like to understand whether or not, indeed, in creating the policy, we did consult with the trade about the move to zero emissions of vehicles. Thank you.
Yes, please, Councillor Fleming.
Yes, Councillor, we did, and the results of the consultation are available. They were part of the Cabinet report in December. I've read them all, and none of the comments coming back from providers asked for support for transition to an electric vehicle or hybrid environment. However, we do understand that they're very interested in it because they're less expensive to run. And I think it's been made clear all along that the district stands to help and support the trade wherever we possibly can to transition. But we had a strong response during the consultation that a mandate would backfire badly and not be in the interest of either the environment or the public.
Perhaps could I follow on? So I'm not sure whether there was formal consultation with taxi drivers about what effect a mandatory imposition of EVs or EVs and hybrids would have had. Was there actually a question in the formal consultation about that?
Can I just say, no, but you have to remember what the main purpose of this policy is to provide a safe and effective service for residents.
Yeah, I do understand that. I mean, what I'm trying to understand is the desire to provide a safe and effective service to residents in line with all of the district council's policies. That's where I've got a blockage in my understanding.
I'm not sure where your blockage is, Councillor.
Well, I believe that we have a policy to become, as a district, carbon neutral by 2030, and that I would have expected any developing policy or protocol or procedure to have borne that in mind, and I'm not understanding how that desire, that policy, that determination to become carbon neutral was part of the discussion around development of the consultation document.
I will bring in, the officer, Cass Clements, because I had several discussions about this. In fact, as I understand, originally the approach was to mandate a replacement service over, I think, a time period, but this did not go down well with the service providers, which is why we took the position we did in the more final draft to remove that, because it would have been, as we understood, harmful to the providers of the service to have mandated a transition. And we did indeed have many discussions about it.
Yeah, Cass.
I think Councillor Fleming's just said almost exactly what I was going to say. So just to follow on from that slightly then, and to confirm, there was not a specific question purely about a mandatory time frame or implementation around EVs and hybrids. So there was a part of the whole policy, trade can converse with us on any part, but clearly the policy is, as Councillor Fleming set out, about the safety and the provision of the service. Undoubtedly, had that question been in that consultation, the trade quite rightly, I think, would have said to us, what about infrastructure? Which I think is what all of us say about EVs and hybrids currently. And I totally agree with them. They invest tens of thousands of pounds in their vehicles, and a mandatory clause would be telling them to do that again, perhaps sooner than they would have done so. So the infrastructure question is absolutely the right one. So I do agree, I think a timetable should be developed to look at what a mandatory clause would be within our policy, but we cannot do that in isolation. This is not trying to pass the buck, this is about having to work in partnership with other partners who have responsibilities. We need to draft that timetable along with Suffolk County Council, because they have the responsibility for on-street EV charging, and they also dictate taxi ranks where they are, and we are just a consultee in terms of where they go. So I think we need to develop that policy with Suffolk and along with the trade to look at what that time scale is. I think someone earlier in ONS used the term rock and a hard place. We have a massive aspiration and a responsibility to get to 2030, and we also have a trade here who is already suffering through the pandemic, and we are going to put a financial burden on if we don't get that right. So I think what we were aiming for through this is to have an opportunity to work with everyone to look at what the timescale would be for that mandatory clause in terms of hybrids and EVs.
Thank you. Councillor Mansell.
Thank you, Chair. Listening to what you've just said about removing one of the policies from the consultation document and what you've just said, are you not prejudging what the trade would have said by your response just now? Surely you should have given them the chance to respond themselves rather than prejudging what you think they might put in a consultation document.
The monitoring officer.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to step in before officers reply to that point, because I think we are veering away from the purpose of the call-in here. I think the question about whether the process of making the decision might include reference to adequate consultation being undertaken, but it's not for this committee to scrutinise whether or not certain questions should have been included in the consultation. So I think this line of questioning is probably veering away from your scope in terms of the call-in reasons and scrutinising the process of decision-making by the Cabinet rather than by the licensing committee. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Mansell.
Because I wasn't sure if a question I had was for in this stage of the process or to ask questions of the officers, because I was going to say if one of our options is to refer this back to Cabinet, but if Cabinet have the same information, what is the difference? And as Councillor Stringer mentioned in his representation, he felt that something had been missed from a consultation. You're saying now, I just want to confirm that you're not saying that we can make a suggestion that it should go back for another round of consultation. We can't do that. Is that what you're saying? We can only send it back to Cabinet and the Cabinet will have exactly the same information.
Chair, if I may, I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is that if you are going to refer the decision back to Cabinet and you're going to ask them to look at additional information, you may want to specify that that means further consultation, but it's not for debate now as to whether the questions asked previously were the right questions or not. So you can identify, if that's the will of the committee, that insufficient information was considered by the Cabinet, and if that's the case, then further consultation might be a way of gaining that additional information.
Thank you. Councillor Scarf.
Thank you, Chair. I mean, it's an interesting point. I mean, my question would be then, were the Cabinet aware that in the original consultation it was mandated but removed? Were they aware of the reasoning as to whether that actually occurred? Did they know that it was mandated in the previous consultation? Did they have the full information when they made the decision?
Yes, Cass.
Yeah, I think I can answer that question. So yes, Cabinet were aware. So in Appendix B of the report that went to Cabinet, it showed that amendments were made following an informal consultation with the trade. That took place in July 2020, where those concerns about a mandatory clause were voiced by the trade. So this wasn't an assumption by officers. It was following a conversation with the trade, and that was included in the Cabinet report.
Thank you. Councillor Scarf.
Well, I know we're discussing the decision made by the Cabinet, but the question also would be, were the Licensing and Regulatory Committee aware of the fact that it was mandated in the original consultation or not? Perhaps the officer can just confirm. I know I don't want to stray out of the area of what we're looking at, but I'm just interested in the background information that went to the two decision-making bodies.
So I can confirm, yes, the Licensing Committee were aware of those conversations. That was all the information that was available.
It seems from a response to an earlier question that to a degree the District Council's hands are tied because the County Council have to agree where the taxi ranks go and where on-street EV charging has to be. but the County Council have no say on where off-street EV charging has to be, and has no say in whether or not the District Council can provide EV charging either free or at cost. And were the Cabinet aware of those matters?
I can just say, I don't know. I haven't asked them. But I do know that going forward with this strategy, with this policy, assuming we can take it forward promptly, that we will be looking at the provision of taxi ranks, which I think is a real issue actually in the district. We need to, and we will be working with the County Council to identify new suitable locations for ranks. Along with that goes an assessment of the need for EV charging and working with the council to put these in. My view is we need to do that in the next year or two and look at this strategy when it is reviewed again in 3 years' time, and then reconsider the question of whether or not there is a basis for mandating a transition to what is essentially a commercial operation. And I would also question the legality of doing this as well. If certain providers don't wish to purchase more expensive EV vehicles.
Sorry, I'm not quite clear in my mind. Councillor Scarf.
Well, I'm interested in that last point because other local authorities have already mandated their taxi fleets to be completely EV or hybrid. So I don't think there's any doubt that it's legally possible. Otherwise, other districts, boroughs, towns, etc., wouldn't have already done it. So I think that's rather an erroneous statement.
That was the point that I was struggling with.
I've simply raised it as a point. I'm not aware of any court cases where this was disputed, but I rest my case, so to speak. I am not confident that if it were disputed in court, that the district has standing to mandate that kind of change.
I would have thought that was a key point for Cabinet to be aware of. Sorry. So why wasn't that investigated before this went to Cabinet?
Because it wasn't proposed.
But it had been raised at licensing, but the fact that it had been raised at licensing wasn't put into the...
So I'm sorry, you're confused. It was raised during early consultation in July before the licensing committee.
But was it raised by members of the licensing committee?
No.
So they didn't raise any issues around EV and hybrid and making them either an encouragement or making them mandatory.
I think they did, of course. It was discussed at the meeting.
So it was discussed at the meeting, and it was a very narrow decision on the chairman's vote. But I wonder whether the report that went to Cabinet conveyed the feeling of the meeting and the closeness of the discussion and voting.
I believe the legalities point is not directly relevant to the discussion today. It is purely speculative on my part. However, I do object in many ways to forcing expensive changes on a segment of an industry that's very vulnerable, and that is the main thread that this policy reflects. And I think we can all be sensitive to the difficult time that our taxi and private hire providers are having at the moment.
Councillor Stringer, we're at the point where we're asking questions of the lead signatory, and you'll have between you, you'll have an opportunity to make further points later on. Councillor Mansell.
Could I ask Councillor Stringer, as he was a member of the licensing committee where they made the discussion, were they made aware of the informal consultation process which we've heard the officer and the cabinet member talk about, informing their decision to remove this policy from the official consultation? Thank you.
Thank you.
In the document, there was reference to informal consultation, but what was not in there was how comprehensive that was and how it ranged. And within that, there certainly wasn't the exploration of the threat to continue to have the most polluting vehicles as part of the fleet, i.e. non-migration. Because there is still the assertion, and we've heard it here again today, that converting to an electric vehicle is, quote, more expensive, when all of the evidence suggests that, as we sit here today, that the total cost of ownership is actually equal.
Thank you. So are there any further questions? No further questions. Well, in that case, the next stage is to invite the cabinet member and then the lead signatory to provide a summary of their respective cases. Each are allowed 5 minutes. So, Councillor Fleming.
Thank you. Well, I don't feel I need to repeat what I've said already. However, what I would add is that that in the interests of a practically successful and environmentally secure service, we need to approve this strategy, because if we don't, it will be delayed by probably 6 months to a year, and I don't see that as being in anyone's interest. It's because it would need to go back and be reviewed, etc. Just this policy is the result of, as I said, a lot of work, some of it informal, not all of it formally presented on every aspect. If it was, then I think the mountain of information that the committees would need to review would be significantly greater than has been the case, because what I think is happening in this room, there has been an emphasis on one particular aspect of the private hire and taxi policy, which is whether or not it should be, there should be a mandatory EV transition date. Now, if you read the policy, most of it is about how the taxi and private hire operators should go about their daily business and what the public can expect in terms of its safety and comfort and accessibility. That is what this policy is about. Now, if we had included all of the, to balance this, all of the backup information, conversations, emails, etc., that went on behind all of these aspects, you would have a mountain to read. I believe this policy is very balanced, and I would urge members of this Overview and Scrutiny Committee to please think carefully and get behind the strategy so that we can move on and actually do the things that you're asking for here in this room.
Thank you. And Councillor Mellon.
Thank you, Chair. I can agree with Councillor Fleming that much of the policy, the overwhelming majority of the policy, is good and is well considered and is acceptable. But with the limited levers at our disposal to move in a greener direction, here is one that we've chosen not to pull on. And I feel that the Cabinet decision represents a lost opportunity, and we think it could be revisited. It seems to me that priority was given to harmonising the policy with that of our sister council in Babergh, and not to harmonising this with our wider environmental objectives. Potentially, we will need to provide incentives to these operators, but no timetable is proposed when these incentives will come in. The question of affordability has come up, and of course we all know that the costs of diesel and petrol have shot up in the last few months. Yes, the costs of electric charging have gone up as well, but nothing like as much. And I think we've sort of teased out from the questions that the earlier proposals for mandating a change were not fully consulted on. There would have been pushback from the trade. I think that really is speculation unless you can back it up with some formal responses. So just to sum up, I feel that the opportunity is here to revisit that decision and to come up with something better. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I think at this point, wherever I am in my script, do we not now have to ask the lead signatory and the cabinet member to leave the meeting? And then, is it just those two persons?
I would say that Councillor Stringer would need to leave too, because he says he's actually spoken, so sorry, three of you.
Sorry, I have no other opportunity to make any other points, no?
Sorry? Yes.
Thank you. So we've heard from the two members who signed the call, and we've heard from the cabinet member and the officer. Who would like to open the debate? Councillor Caston, then Councillor Ekpingham.
Yeah, I'm not convinced by this call, and what we're asking is would a consultation further with the operators come up with some revelation or different information. This, for me, this looks like the cabinet has made a decision here that is a sound one. It's looking at some sort of forced push into EV. It's completely against what we should be doing. We need to put in infrastructure. We need to get these rapid charging points in. That's outside of this licensing paper. We need to support drivers that want to change over to EV. We don't want to force people into changing. That disproportionately affects the poorest and the new younger drivers coming in. Councillor Stringer said that it's actually cost neutral. You basically, as soon as you get an electric car, you spend more on the outlay, and then you're roughly saving about 60% of the cost per mile. These cars are doing 500,000 miles, some of them. It's that upfront cost that's damaging to a young operator, a new person going into this, to somebody that's struggling, that doesn't have the cash flow. That's what does the harm. I'm sure that there'll be this move. The market will decide this move to electric vehicles by you know, other areas which are where there's a little bit more money in it, it doesn't mean that Mid Suffolk can just put it in and force people to do it. For me, I can understand why this was brought in. People are worried. They want to hit net zero. They want to, you know, there's not much time to go with that. But when that infrastructure is in place, when we've got a 250 kilowatt charging point round every corner, that these vehicles don't have to park and charge for 12 hours to go out again. When all that's in place, this will just happen. But forcing it now, I think you would just see the infrastructure unable to catch up. I think the Cabinet have made a good decision on this, in my views.
Councillor Epingham.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I too would not be in favour of this call-in. I think, having listened to the proposers and the comment back from the Cabinet member responsible for this policy, it seems to me that the relevant amount of consultation and information was made available to Cabinet in order for them to make the decision, and it seems a reasonably good decision to me. I think we also need to understand that we're talking about this against a much wider background of government policy, which is driving us all to go towards net zero in 2030. And I'm sure that the trade and the individuals within the trade are very well aware of this, as we all are. I mean, I'm actually looking to get an EV vehicle, and indeed, you know, the cost is one of my considerations. But what we do see, and what we are seeing, is that, as Councillor Stringer pointed out in his commentary, that the volume of plug-in hybrid cars and electric vehicles is zooming up. I mean, every major manufacturer is delivering a model literally every month. That's the first thing. So the availability of them is increasing. Because the availability is increasing, the costs are coming down because they're being made in bigger volumes. So the affordability issue is also on a timeline. And I'm sure that, you know, people are factoring that into their plans for when they make the transition. And I don't think that this authority should be mandating whether someone changes his car next year or the year after or the year after that. They're all very well aware that if they want to have a proper viable business in the new zero emissions environment, they need to make sure they have the right equipment to do that with. Okay, so I think it's a bit of a moot point, this whole issue about the mandating of the trade to do X, Y, and Z. I don't think we should be doing any such thing. I think much more importantly is what voice can we put to our partners, the County Council and anybody else, about actually improving the infrastructure to enable not just that trade, but the rest of us to really feel comfortable about going to electric vehicles. I think that's much more important by any stretch of the imagination. And so, to me, this call-in is not relevant. And I don't think this committee should be referring it to anybody else, or rather back to Cabinet, as was directed by Emily. And finally, I think, you know, let's be clear. In certain instances, you can't say, well, you know, for example, in Stowmarket, I'm going to move the taxi rank from where they are to some other place, because actually they're in convenient locations. What actually you need to be doing is saying, well, in those locations, how am I going to make charging available? And there are already technologies on the market that make that feasible. I mean, if you've been into some of our bigger cities in recent times, but you can now basically provide EV charging off electric lampposts. So to me, this is not going in the right direction at all. I mean, I think we've got bigger issues to worry about, and so I would not be supporting this.
Thank you. Councillor Muller was next, and then Councillor Mansell.
Yes, thank you very much, Chair. I totally agree with my colleagues, Councillor Caston and Councillor Epingham. I too cannot support this call-in. I think the report presented to Cabinet and the comments made by Cassandra and the Cabinet member were fair and accurate, and I know for a fact that there is a lot of work going on behind the scenes to try and work towards going towards EV and hybrid vehicles. I totally disagree with making it mandatory. I don't think that's the right answer. From feedback I get from people who use taxis, sometimes it's very difficult to get hold of taxis. You know, they haven't got the staff to run them or operate them, and I think we need to take that into account as well. Do we want to drive more people away from that profession? No, we don't. We need those taxis. They're very relevant, you know, particularly to people who, you know, can't use public transport, etc. So no, I don't support this. I totally support the Cabinet recommendation, and I'm happy with what the Cabinet say. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Mansell.
Thank you, Chair. Maybe I'm, as a bit of a newbie on overview and scrutiny, I don't think we're here to remake the decision of the Cabinet. We're here to think about whether they had all the facts in front of them when they made that decision. I'm not going to pass a judgment on whether I think taxi firms should be mandated or not. That's not what we're here to do. What I see as our role today is to decide whether they had all the information that they needed when they came to that decision. And I mean, the only thing I am going to say about the actual decision is this, the phrase strong recommendation to move towards more environmentally friendly vehicles, given that there was a discussion at yesterday's planning committee about wording of conditions and things like strongly recommend and as much as possible and things like that are very much open to interpretation. And I'm not keen on the wording strong recommendation, but it's not for me to write that policy, and it's not for me to make the decision of the Cabinet. But I do have concerns about the fact that there seemed to be some informal consultation which wasn't fully reported to the decision makers. So I feel that I do support this call-in. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Scarf.
Thank you, Chair. I mean, this is a really interesting one. I think, for me, there seems to have been two consultations. One consultation as to this is what we're likely to put in the consultation, then the formal consultation, and that seems to have muddied the waters quite a lot. It was quite illuminating that in the first proposal we were actually going to mandate it anyway. I think there's some assumptions about the pushback from the trade if it was in the consultation, because I think it really is all about carrot and stick. I think if we were going to put it in the consultation, that we're minded to mandate by the end of the next 3-year period to electric vehicle charging, and we are prepared to work with you in terms of incentivisation. I think that would have been a lot stronger. There's a comment made about we don't want to force drivers to do it, but of course the government is forcing drivers to do it. It's just a case of when they do it. So I think as the volume is increasing rapidly, we've already heard that 20% now. I fear by the time that we get to the end of the 3-year period, that volume will increase so rapidly that the infrastructure won't exist. And I just think I'm minded to support another look by the Cabinet at this decision.
Thank you. Well, I have to say, when I first read the papers, I was in two minds. I could see the reason why Cabinet had made the decision they had, but I have to say that after hearing Councillor Fleming's responses to questions, I now see that there could well be quite a lot of information that Cabinet should have been given. Yet we're not here to decide whether or not there should be a mandate. We're here, in respect of EV and hybrid, we're here to decide whether or not we feel that sufficient information was given. And I've come down to the view that there was more information that could have been given. And I think that information was around the extent of the pre-consultation, and also we've heard information about how Mid-Suffolk are planning to, well, they're not immediate plans, but they're planning to provide taxi ranks and charging points. Now, I think that if in the consultation exercise there had been some information around the district being minded to provide taxi ranks off-street and also to provide charging points off-street, then that information should have gone to the taxi firms, and their responses to that information should have been given to Cabinet. Charging doesn't have to be at a taxi rank. You can have a taxi rank at, say, at a station and a charging point somewhere else in a car park behind the taxi office or something like that. So I feel that Cabinet could have been given more information. And I think it's more important to get it right than it is to get the policy out there in a hurry. And so I'm coming down in favour of it going back to Cabinet and for this other information to be made available. Councillor Epping-Young.
Mr. Chairman, I'm a bit concerned because you seem to be indicating that the Cabinet didn't have some particular elements of information. And I'm really rather doubtful that that's a substantiable, you can substantiate that claim. Cabinet explores these decision-making issues in quite a lot of depth. Officers are employed to do investigations and analysis and provide that information to Cabinet. So if there was indeed some kind of failure of information flow, then I guess that's something that would need to be investigated. But quite frankly, none of what we've heard here today suggests that was the case. So I would take issue with your statement, I'm afraid.
Oh, that's fine. I mean, I would say that there's nothing that we've heard today convinces me that there wasn't information there that could have been given to Cabinet and should have been given to Cabinet. So I feel we've got to disagree on that. Councillor Caston.
So this seems to me a lot of this pointing to a consultation on whether taxi drivers or operators would be willing to accept a move over to EV, which for me isn't the sort of information that makes a huge difference. You'd have to consult every single taxi driver to make it fair, so you don't just catch the ones that are willing to do a survey, that have got the time on their hands. And we were talking about it disproportionately affecting youngsters. They have young families and everything. They don't have time to do these surveys. It wouldn't give you information that would put it either way. There's so much other information you could look at in this, and we could sit here all day looking at different things that we could consult on to make this decision. Cabinet members need to make a decision on their own research, not just the papers in front of them, and make that sound judgment. And I trust that they've done that in this occasion. And I think this is a sound piece of work. This one consultation that we've got hung up on here, I just don't see the value in that. There's just, there's some, unless you're going to find out what every single taxi driver really thinks, you're never going to pick up the people that aren't quite there money-wise and all that. It's I've got a young child and rushing around with my job. I don't ever do a consultation on anything farming, but a lot of the older, richer farmers do. It's just nonsense. There's I just, you know where I am on this. I just don't really understand how this one bit of information changes the whole decision.
Well, I think there's more to it than just the mandate, but I'm not going to speak on behalf of a young taxi driver, but I don't think we should assume that only rich old taxi drivers fill in consultation forms. Councillor Mansell.
Well, I just wanted to come back on Councillor Caston's comments there, because I'm sorry, we were actually discussing an informal consultation that the officers had done before it went to licensing, and that's why that particular statement had been removed. And I personally would have far more faith that a formal consultation that went out to all taxi firms in the district should have a more comprehensive set of responses than some informal consultation about which we know very little, because who knows, they may have only asked the old, elderly, retired taxi drivers in the informal consultation. If it was informal and it wasn't recorded, how do we know who they asked? And that's really my bone about it. And yes, as Councillor Wellen said, if there is a move from this council, I mean, it was the first that we'd heard of it today, that we are looking to install some EV charging points at taxi ranks or on the street or whatever, then again, that piece of information needs to be, you know, out in the wider domain, that if it should there be such infrastructure on the side of the road, how do the taxi drivers feel about it being mandated that they have electric vehicles or whatever? I mean, I'm not here to write a consultation question, but it does appear to me that there has been maybe a lack of information sharing on both sides, really. I mean, maybe we as a council aren't sharing what we're thinking about doing with the taxi firms themselves. And similarly, how do we know about this informal? I just have my doubts about this informal consultation. We don't know who was asked. It could have only been the one particular demographic of taxi firms. Who knows?
I don't think we should assume, Councillor Mansell, that the responses to the informal consultation were not recorded. I think we should trust the officers to have recorded that. What does concern me is that having been recorded, it wasn't passed on to Cabinet. So, does anyone, Councillor Castor?
I'll just come back on that. No, I do agree. I just don't think that information was massively important. But I do feel this is a bit more about a licence. The Cabinet have made a decision that doesn't force taxi drivers to go for electric and hybrid cars, and that's why we're in here. It's not about the information that's on the and how the information was given to the Cabinet or anything. So that's my problem with this, is that I think this is purely on that Cabinet decision that doesn't force people to go on to electric and hybrids. And these details, we're getting caught up in the details. Did the Cabinet know that? Was that this information there? It's all just been designed to get to the same place.
Well, I mean, my view is that if there was information about what the effect of making it mandatory would be, then that information should have gone to Cabinet. It's not, in my mind, the discussion isn't whether or not they should be mandated to change to a hybrid or EV. My concern is around the information that was available to Cabinet, and I think Cabinet could have had more information. Councillor Ekping.
Well, I would agree with you to an extent, Chairman, in that did the Cabinet have all the information, informal or otherwise, to make their decision? And I think it would appear that you and I are going to have to agree to disagree, because unless I'm mistaken, I think Cabinet was aware of the informal information as well as any other information that they needed to make their decision. And this call-in is all about did they make their decision in full, having full cognizance of all the information available, and I believe they did.
So, are you content that we go to a vote? Bear in mind, I'll just say what I was going to say, then I'll come to you, Emily. Bear in mind, if we do vote to refer this matter back to Cabinet, the proposer and the seconder will have to include in what they propose the reasons why we're referring it back to Cabinet. We can't just refer it back to Cabinet and say no more. It's got to be clearly explained and included in the referral back, the reasons for the referral. Did you want to say anything else, Emily?
Chair, you just covered exactly the point I was about to make. Thank you.
So, I guess somebody needs to propose that we do refer it back, or somebody needs to propose that we don't refer it back. So, Councillor Epingham.
Mr. Chairman, I guess it's pretty obvious I'm going to propose that we do not refer it back to Cabinet. And I look for a seconder.
And Councillor Muller seconds. Right. So those in favour of not referring it back? We have three. Are you happy to take it by a show of hands? Yes. Okay. Okay, so it's 3 in favour of not referring it back. Those against? So that's 3. And I believe I can use my casting vote. And my casting vote would be to vote against not referring it back. So can I have a proposer then that we do refer it back? We have Councillor Mansell and Councillor Scarf. So this vote is that we refer it back, and at this point we have a proposer and a seconder, so we've got to include a form of words as to why we're referring it back.
I mean, I feel that it should go back with some further, after doing some further consultation about the concept of mandating, which appeared to be not in the current consultation, but I'm not sure if that is sufficient reasons. I'm not quite sure what we need to put in our reasons.
I mean, my view would be, yeah, if we're going to refer it back, we can't instruct further consultation. We can, am I right? We can say that they should have been given, say, information on the extent of the pre-consultation, or they should have been given whatever. But I don't think we can instruct them to carry out another consultation. Am I right, Emily?
Chair, you can do both things. So you can identify that you consider that the Cabinet didn't have sufficient information on the form of the current consultation, and then as part of that recommendation you could ask them to carry out further consultation. So you can do both things. Of course, it's a recommendation to undertake further consultation. And it's about identifying which parts of information you feel that the Cabinet haven't received sufficiently.
So what I said is that there wasn't sufficient consultation regarding mandating the move to low carbon or zero carbon choices, and we recommend that further consultation should go ahead. Is that the right sort of thing for me to be saying?
Yeah. And do you want to include in that there, as you said earlier when you were speaking in debate, that there should be an exchange of information around off-street taxi ranks and on and off-street charging facilities? Are you both happy? Emily, would that satisfy the requirements of a call-in?
Chair, both of those are valid grounds for referring back. The only other suggestion I would have is to actually just go back to the call-in notice and see if the committee wants to make any specific points in response to the issues raised in the call-in notice.
Shall we take a minute to look at that? There is a reference there, isn't there, to the report to Licensing and Regulatory Committee.
Can I just comment? It also does mention this bit about they will look to research and develop an incentive scheme that is mentioned in the call-in. I presume we're happy that does the provision of on and off street charging facilities, is that part of an incentive scheme or not? Does that come under that remit? Because if there were more charging facilities, does that not act as an incentive anyway?
Well, we could put...
if you see what I mean.
And other incentives, yeah. I mean, there may be incentives. Some councils have offered other incentives, different incentives. And I wonder...
Rather than being forced to, we want to incentivise.
Yeah.
Rather than other councils have talked about mandates and forcing, but maybe incentivise is a better term.
And one of the things that was referred to was that the debate that was held at licensing was not sort of fully reported in the officer's report, that it didn't give the indication at all that it was, as this might be, carried on the chairman's casting vote. It did. The flavour of what was in the report to Cabinet was not quite the same, in my view, as the flavour of the debate, which was a very close call.
How would that be put into the wording of this recommendation then?
More detailed information from the debate that took place at Licence and Regulatory. Would that be okay?
I think perhaps a more suitable form of words would be that the committee recommends that the Cabinet further explores the debate that was undertaken by the Licensing and Regulatory Committee.
Yeah.
Chair, if I may, just in respect of call-in point 1, obviously part of that talks about the fact that there is no plan or timetable presented around the incentive scheme, so the committee might want to recommend that an action plan is attributed to that.
Well, especially given that we've today heard that they are already in discussion with providing some sort of charging ranks or whatever, that to me should be part of the information sharing, and that is part of the timetable of an incentive scheme.
Are you content as seconder?
I think there's a number of reasons, and they are all valid in asking the Cabinet to take a further look at it.
So, I don't know, Emily, whether you've got a full wording, or Henriette or Beth. Yeah. Do you want to get into a huddle to formulate the precise wording? Yeah, I don't think we need to leave the room. We'll just oh, you're going to leave the room, right? Those who need to leave the room may leave the room, but we should be back in 5 minutes to So we're now at the point where the governance officer is going to read out the motion that we are going to vote on. So it's a recommendation back to Cabinet. And one of you is going to read it out in full, please.
Thank you, Chair. Members have chosen to refer the matter back to Cabinet for reconsideration, together with the observation of the OOU and Scrutiny Committee. And Cabinet will take a final decision, and that decision cannot be called in. The Overview and Scrutiny Committee refers the matter back to Cabinet with the following observations: that insufficient evidence of the pre-consultation regarding mandating conversion of vehicles to EV and further consultation with trade is recommended. That Cabinet needs further information in respect of plans to provide on and off street EV charging. That an action plan is needed to be agreed for the incentive scheme as mentioned in 6.11 of the Cabinet report. That Cabinet needs to give further consideration of the discussion of the Licensing and Regulatory Committee and its reasons for recommending the policy to Cabinet.
Can I just go first? I think it's my fault, Henriette. It should be on-street taxi ranks and on and off-street EV charging. So I forgot the bit about taxi ranks. Councillor Mansell.
Does that include the future plans for on and off street taxi ranks, or whatever Councillor Williams just called them all, to be shared with the trade as part of the consultation? You know, in terms of if they know that we're planning to do such things, that may change their response on a consultation, possibly. I don't know.
Could you just read out that sentence? Perhaps we need to put the word consultation and information to Cabinet.
Or information sharing or something like that. I don't know.
Just that one sentence has got the word taxi ranks and so on in.
That Cabinet needs further information in respect of plans to provide on and off street taxi ranks and on and off street EV charging.
That only says that Cabinet needs to know about them.
And
I think that as part of the consultation, there should be a bit of a two-way information sharing.
So shall we say following further consultation with taxi providers, taxi and private hire providers?
Presumably you would like that to be added to the end of that sentence.
Yeah. So, are we ready to vote on that? So, those in favour of...
Chair, we have the vote set on the mod.gov app to make this...
Right, okay. I can't, it won't work on mine, so... if you can get the vote from the other five...
The vote is now in progress on mod.gov, Chair.
Sorry?
It's now in progress.
Yeah. But I can't get down to look at it. The screen won't move down. Yeah. I think it's something to do with a broken hinge.
Can I take your vote verbally, Chair?
Yes, I am in favour of the call-in. Being referred back.
That's 3 votes for and 3 against.
And I will use my casting vote to refer it back to Cabinet.
That's carried.
Thank you. And that is the end of today's meeting, and the next meeting is, just going back to check, it's on the, is it the 21st of Monday? Thursday the 21st, Monday the 21st of February, sorry, Monday the 21st of February.